Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, December the 21st, the shortest day of the year. After today, we start getting longer days, at least in this hemisphere. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screen. Oh, I have to do one check here. Reset this audio bridge. Probably the audio doesn't sound very good. Just give me a moment. Okay. Okay, that should be better if the audio wasn't that great. So Bob the Tomato, you want my scan before I get into all the stocks that are moving up and down this morning? Click on my homepage link. Thank you, Todd. Click on my homepage link. And excuse me, scroll down until you see the center section, which are my scans. And then right down here, the abnormal. I forgot to fix that daily reversals. Until you see the abnormal option activity. Okay, right at the bottom right. Sorry, bottom of the right-hand corner or the right-hand column. Okay, that is where that is. And Kyle, I tried to answer your problem with the speed. I asked if you would just right-click on a chart and just check to see whether or not you've got the use browser interface checked. If not, I'm just gonna, I don't know why your speed is slowing down. I'll have to send you to our tech support. Okay. Could be a bunch of other reasons. I would look to see how many windows you've got open by clicking on Windows and Show All. Make sure you don't have a bunch of pinned windows accidentally. You probably don't, but that's another thing to check. Anyway, guys, it's like yesterday didn't happen at all, right? Remember we had that big gap down at the end of the day, and now we've almost completely reversed it. So there were a couple of earnings plays here. Micron, MU. Nice big gap up for that 7% move with a 1 billion in the float. That is a big move for Micron, MU. And another one is KMX. Those are the only two earnings plays I saw. KMX, another earnings play, another big move. Look at that, 10% on 157 million in the float. So that is a big move for CarMax. To me, it looks like it could be coming into some resistance. And this is not really moving that much, but I'm surprised. I'm looking at Carnival CCL as an earnings play. It's not really moving that much, but I'm surprised to see that I guess all the cruisers since the low here. That's when the SPY I think was almost at 400. Since the low here, this is almost doubled. Carnival from 11 to got up to yesterday or the day before got up to 1931. Anyway, this is an earnings play today. Nothing incredible about it. I was just more intrigued by the fact that the cruisers, and I'm going to assume all the cruisers are going to look like this. I think RCL is still far and above. Yeah, look at that. I mean, RCL is actually almost at an all-time high. So this is the absolute leader in the cruising industry. Certainly not CCL nor NCLH. So RCL, the absolute leader in the cruising world. So there are some other things happening. SMFL. Don't know if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news. The only news really is that it's a very, very low float. Looks like less than 1 million in the float. Already 10 million have traded. I just don't see any news on it. MSAI, probably the same thing. I don't think I see any news on this one. So this used to be SMAP. Okay, I get it. So this used to be SMAP, SMAP, and now it has turned into MSAI. SMAP, this was a SPAC. So I guess is this trading as SMAI the first? No, it traded yesterday. So it did trade yesterday. ANNX. And by the way, we're going to see a lot of stocks that had big, giant red candles yesterday that are green today to start anyway, including the SPY. Bank of America, Global Research raises this price target to $6 from $4, and that's, I guess, the reason for ANNX moving higher. And follow these Argentinian stocks. As pointed out yesterday, Mr. Milei. You have to follow what's going on in Argentina. But anyway, not a huge move yet. This sort of led the charge. This was the day after he won the election in Argentina, and he's introduced some interesting measures as of yesterday. And so some of these Argentinian stocks are popping a bit. I think ARGX, is it ARGX? No. What the heck is the ARGENTNIA? ARGT. So ARGT is the country ETF for Argentina. So you might want to keep an eye on that. No volume yet at all, but might want to keep an eye on that when the market opens. SFWL. Another one. I don't think I see any news on this one. Another China stock, low float. High of yesterday was sorry, the high of 2 days ago was 558. And DMK. All right. So the only reason I saw this one, it was over $1 briefly. This could be one of those crazy ones. Well, it could really be one of those crazy ones. The high is 150. What did it get to this morning? Got up to 110. So I don't know. There was some news on it. Regains full rights to commercialize ZMIHI after the termination, et cetera, et cetera. So there is some news they pumped out today. Whether or not that's going to sustain it, but there is some room for it to run if it wants to. Once the market opens, gets over $1 again. So they're low float, 10 million. A lot of shares have traded already. And this EGH, this I was surprised to see it is short. It was shortable. Yeah, it's still shortable for me. But look at this. It has come right back up. Wow. Imagine getting rid of all this and then looking at it 5 minutes later and it's right back up. I don't know what's happening here. What I did notice is that there are a lot of shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, 2.66 million. Seriously, how ticked would you be? You're sitting there for whatever reason, you're in this stock at $4.22. You see this huge move down. You do the panic sell, 156, and then it's right back up. All right, guys, 909. Let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. See if there's a huge list again. Probably not. I'd say that as we're winding down to the end of this week, yeah, there's hardly any on the downgrades. A few more upgrades, I can get them in. Take a look at here. So Wedbush has put a price target of $48 on Cava. So they had a price target before of 35, so they put a price target of $48 on Cava. They've also put a price target for cake. Let's take a look at cake. So the price target for cake is $40, so it's still below that one also. So we've got a couple of upgrades by Wedbush for Cava, CAVA, and cake. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, and there are not very many downgrades. That's funny, Erica. There you go, Erica, Erica, Erica. And not to confuse you with any other Erica, Erica M. Hi, kids. All right, let's take a look at the downgrades. What? It's okay. So Chipotle has been downgraded by Wedbush. What I can't believe is the price of Chipotle right now. We're gonna have to take a look at that one. A little bit out of my price range. Can't believe it or not, they don't do a forward split. All right, so here is CMG. I don't think we have Chipotles in Canada. I don't think so anyway. I've never seen one in Vancouver anyway. CMG, it is $2,300. My goodness. 27 million in the float for 2,300 stock. Wow. So they've got a price target of $2,400 on it. You see, listen, if you give me their names, I'll even say give a very specific shout out to them with their names, Erica. Is Chipotle that? I guess it is that popular in your country. Wow. Well, Valerie and Everly, good morning to both of you. You have a very, I think your mother is a great person and you should obey everything she tells you to do. Okay. There, I probably lost a lot of points on that one. Bob, I thought I did. I told you to go to my homepage, click on my homepage link. Maybe you didn't hear me. Okay. Okay. Yeah, go to my homepage link and click on it and then scroll down. Well, okay, you won't see this. You'll be at the top here. There you'll be at the top. Just scroll down, middle section, my scan, and then right at the very bottom right-hand column. That's what you're looking for. Okay. No, that's not good. Okay, does everybody have a slight echo? Not so much on YouTube. YouTube is usually always okay in terms of the audio, but is there a slight echo for others also? If so, I'll try to do that little internal fix. Okay, so PJ, it might be on your just on your end. You don't have YouTube. You don't have YouTube up and running, also, do you? Okay, thanks, guys. Okay, so the sound is fine. Must be just you, PJ. Golden Melodious. All right. Okay, guys, 9:16. So it's almost like yesterday did not happen. Okay, we had that big down move in the SPY in the last couple of hours, and it has almost been wiped out. Not quite. I think we were at 476, I think, yesterday, almost within an all-time record before that downturn happened. So let's take a look at the sectors from our toolbar. I'm going to click on New and then Doc Channel Bar. Excuse me, and scroll down a little bit till I see the show more, and now I'm going to get into the sector channel, sector status channel. Every sector should be positive, maybe energy. I don't know what happened with oil prices overnight. Yeah, so they're sort of a mixed bag. But so what you're looking at here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. The stocks that make up XLE, 60% of them are above yesterday's close. A little bit strange. Usually it's an all or nothing. Usually it's either 100% or up or 100% or down. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag. But every other sector you can see is very positive right now compared to yesterday's close. Now, because we had that downturn yesterday, XLE was flirting with the 200-day moving average yesterday, but I'm sure it's down below it. No, okay. So that blue line you see in my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average, and so it sat right on it yesterday. Did not break below it. And then the only other one that is below the 200-day moving average is XLP, Consumer Staples. That one probably moved away from it based on what happened in the market yesterday. Yeah, you can see that big red bar. So that is so there are only two. So XLE is sitting right on the 200-day. So this is really the only one, the only major sector that is below the 200-day moving average. Everything else is above. So guys, yeah, I kind of can't wait to see what we're going to get in this scanner today. The abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily break scanner. All I'm really going to look at, concentrate on all day long. I mean, obviously I will see other things I'll talk about, but in terms of intense concentration, that'll be the one. Had a great day yesterday. How did Steelcase end up? If CS, how did it end up yesterday? Probably with a bit of a downturn like the rest of the market, right at the very end. Not bad though. Not bad. I mean, there's the high of the day, 1450. So it only closed 30 cents below the high of the day. This was an earnings play. So I would, somebody was asking me about swing trading yesterday. I'm not a big swing trader. By the way, somebody asked about a trading scan, I think. Don't think I answered. Uh, Cerveza. Great name. Mr. Beer. So I don't have, I'm not a swing trader at all. Okay. But you might want to check out our swing trades channel. So first of all, Cerveza, can you hear me? Or if you're in Spain, see if I can do it. Cerveza. You get that TH with the Z's. Click on new from our toolbar. Okay, click on New from our toolbar. Click on Docked Channel Bar. And then we have a Swing Picks channel. Okay, you might want to take a look at that. So, did you see what I did? Make sure you saw what I did. Okay, so this is what this is all about. Now, today's Thursday, but there were 5 new ones every week. Okay, and all you have to do is say Sunday night. I think Sunday night they should be updated. And all you have to do is you check out, excuse me, you check out this box here, and it's going to show you what they are and sort of the reason being. Okay, you have a level of interest and a stop. How you trade them, of course, if you trade them, will be up to you. Okay. So these are swing ideas every single week. And again, I'm not a swing trader, so I don't look at them at all, but that could get you going. Now, what you could do, you notice that there's a level of interest, which is another way of saying, okay, if it hits this price, if you want to follow it exactly, you take it there. You can check to see whether or not any one of them triggered this week. Number one, because they don't necessarily trigger, do they? Trigger meaning they don't get to the price because these are done Sunday night. So obviously, Michael Noss, who puts these together, he doesn't know whether they're going to trigger or not. So CarMax, let's see what's happening with CarMax. Yeah, it's still ripping higher here. Coming, what it to me anyway, it looks like it's coming into some resistance. So I don't know. I mean, Carvana is also moving, but I think Carvana is just moving. I don't think it is. Nor sometimes I would say, okay, this might be a sympathy play with CarMax, but Carvana, of course, was moving before. Remember PBLA? Here we go. How about doing a financing? Announces the exercise of warrants and issuance of new warrants, raising $2 million. There's your reason for PBLA starting to drop now. Saidu, let's take a look at Saidu now. If it if it is yeah, so that would have been yeah, crazy, crazy low. Crazy low price. I haven't seen this one for I used to see this one every now and then. So this was about a 3 cent stock, 2 cent, 3 cent stock before they did their 1 for 100 reverse split. Well, you can divide that by let's divide that by 100. Yeah, it'll be say less than a million. Divide that we have 80, we say call it 90 million in the float here. So that has not been split adjusted. So just divide that by 100 and you're going to get about 900,000 in the float. Yeah. Take a look at Xerox. Sure. And speaking, well, first, allow me to look at X. Okay, now that I've got X here, allow me to look at US Steel. I'm going to see what happened with it yesterday. Yeah, so it just chopped around again. Investors seeing US politics delaying the acquisition. opposition from lawmakers, labor unions, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, we'll have to see what happens with this one. It's kind of holding. I thought, actually, I thought it might be a little bit lower based on yesterday's sell-off at the end, but not really. Now we'll take a look at Xerox. Okay, Xerox XRX. So Xerox has had a nice run, actually, a 2-week run, 14 to say 18 and a half. Just looking to see what, yeah, I can't really add anything. There's no volume on it today. Looks like it's trying to hold in this level right now. Didn't really, I mean, a lot of stocks will look like this at the end of the day, starting at 230. So I mean, I guess if it kicks out the highs, I mean, the high yesterday and the high the day before and the high the day before that was about 1865. Maybe it gets going again, but there's no volume yet, so hard to know what's going to happen. All right, guys. Let's see what time is it now? 9:27. So almost 9:28. So a couple of minutes before the open. Well, it'll be interesting to see what does happen with the market today. I mean, that was a big sort of a rude awakening of about 215 on yesterday, but we've just kind of rebounded completely. But we're starting to get a little bit of weakness with 45 minutes of down, but the market is still way up. Well, there certainly is a lot of weekly resistance. It looks like anyway for CarMax, KMX. I mean, just look at this weekly chart right here. I mean, it's right in this area. Lots and lots of action right around that area. So, yeah, I don't know what my main watch is because I don't know what stocks are going to be in here. And that once the stock, I have no idea how many we're going to get, but whatever we get, that'll be my main watch for the entire day. But yeah, I mean, this KMX, what is the actual next high looking left here? 83.59. What did it get to this morning? $86. So it got up to $86. There's a high right there of 85.89, a high right there of 86.56. I'm sorry, it did not get up to 89. I'm sorry, excuse me. 86.08 was the high. Less than a minute. Wow. That was your alert was way too it was too slow for me here. So the market's open, guys. Sorry about that. So typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Yeah, I mean, Micron certainly you'd have to maybe take a look at a monthly chart for Micron MU. Check to see. So the next high on a month, excuse me, the next highs for a monthly chart, when you look at a monthly chart, is 9407 for a micron. So, it looks like it has some room. Nobody's saying it's getting to 9407, but let me take a look at the weekly chart again and back it out a bit. Going back a few weeks. So about a year and a half ago, we're talking, these are the highs it's approaching. All right, SMFL guys just showed up in the 10-day daily breakout. And it's got room, obviously, 563. Nobody's saying it's getting there, but it still has room. I know it's up 287% on basically no news that I can see. I don't see any news. I had some news on the 18th, so naming a couple of executives to senior management positions. But so look at it. I mean, it's early though, and I think the float is super low. Yeah, 730. I mean, the float is crazy low. Okay, so if you're if you're going to take this one, just be awfully careful. This looks like it could even halt. And the MSAI, another one. So there is Carnival, CCL. Wow, nice. Actually, that's a bigger move than I thought was would happen. It's almost a billion in the float, so that is a big move. It was really, not doing that much in the pre-market, and the market opened, and it just had a huge move here. So the high is 1923, looking left. My guess is that RCL is doing something similar at a sympathy play. Yep. And NCLH probably doing the same thing. NCLH, the cruisers are alive. NCLH, yeah, so the cruisers are alive. Now, GGAL, isn't that an Argentinian stock? Yes. So this is an Argentinian stock. So some of these Argentinian stocks are going to be very active today. Is it this Triumph, TGI? Yeah, Triumph. Another one that's breaking out, guys, a 10-day daily breakout is IREN. IREN. But again, this is very early for me. I do not like to trade in the first 15. Okay, thank you. Ah, that's what happened. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's just I just completely forgot to look at it yesterday. I'll let him know. Thank you, Pepe. So SMFL guys, I mean, and this look at the IREN. I mean, lots of early movers, but just be careful, okay? Things can get are very whippy in the first 15. Okay, let's take a look at CCL. Did it keep going up? Still pretty strong. This IREN is definitely strong to start. Wow. So again, I'm just too conservative. Well, I shouldn't say too conservative. It's just part of my trading style or plan. But if you're not as conservative as I am, I mean, there's the REN 640, 677, 680 now. Okay. The SMFL 297 was it at 319 now? CCL 1923. I don't think it's above that yet. Those are scans that I am sharing. Interesting. Nothing in the option scan yet. Boy, IREN. See if there's any news on this one. The equity raising program is complete. Okay. That's their news for Iris Energy. This is something I was demonstrating yesterday, guys. In case you're wondering what this means, I think I'll get rid of it. Actually, I was up quite a bit in the pre-market on this MLKM. This is in the simulator. All right, let's take a look at KMX. Yeah, so that did definitely prove to be a big resistance area for KMX. Anybody who shorted this one immediately is looking good. Well, two rippers so far, guys. MSAI and then IREN MSAI. So this started trading as MSAI yesterday. It was SMAP earlier before the SPAC, and this is who they merged with. Sava, guys, Sava on the way down here. So the next low looking left, 24.29, 24.29. If it can take that out, the next low or area of interest could be about at 21.91, which is the 200-day moving average. So keep an eye on Sava, maybe on a 24.29 break. I don't know if there's any specific news with Sava. Of course, this is the controversial Alzheimer drug. Strange. Nothing in the option activity scanner. Oh, Just as I speak, there's one. Okay. On the way down, CAN. Shorts available too. So this is an AI. I don't know if this is also a crypto play. Crypto is fading just a little bit here. It's up, but fading. I'm looking at BITO. So it's still up for the day, but starting to fade a bit. I don't know. I just don't know if TAN is a crypto play or a pure AI play anymore. So this is kind of what I was talking about. This is how, I mean, look, if you can time it right, wonderful. I just don't like to trade in the first 15. So there's the SMFL. Where did it get up to? Got up to 350, and there's a big pullback right back down to 275. That's a big percentage drop. But I'm going to stick an alert at the high of the pre-market and see if it takes out that high again. And maybe it gets running afterwards. This will not be in that my scan, my combo scan. Does not trade options. Certainly a 10-day daily breakout, but it is not optionable. Obviously, no option volume, so it's probably not optionable. Wow, Saba took out that low, guys. So far, took that low out right there, briefly anyway. And look at this, though. This is why, I mean, look at this. This is why trading in the first 15 is why I just back off. Look at Saba, got down to 23.84 and then it popped right back up to 25. All right, how's MU doing in terms of maybe a short on this one? Getting closer to the 955 or not, yeah, 945 mark. Still pretty strong. Little uncertainty. We have a big topping tail and a bottoming tail. 15-minute chart. So a little bit of uncertainty on direction right now. And there's CCL, guys. So yeah, it got up to that high, 930, and it's faded a bit now. CCL faded a bit. All right, CAN continues to move down, inching its way down. We had the alert at 270. It's not that much below. However, the low yesterday was 220, 228 or so. So it's got room. A lot of shorts available also. 19.8 million at Interactive Brokers for this one. For CAN, a lot of shorts available. Okay, WGS. I don't think I've seen this one before. WGS. Yeah, to me, I look left on the weekly chart. I just see resistance. Low float. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. WGS. Low float, 15.8 million. So this is turning into, right now for me, a very slow day. I'm not getting too many new alerts. Nothing in this scan yet. We may not get anything today. Typically, we might only get 3 or 4 anyway, so well, this has got maybe some room here. ANNX, pre-market high, 443. Certainly, if it can take out, what's this right here? 398 is the high. If it takes out 398, wow, look left, got room. 613, the next high on the weekly chart for this ANNX. I'm going to stick an alert right a little bit above 4, okay, around 401. See if it gets up to that area. Now, Warner Brothers, okay, WBD and Paramount, Para, I talk about a merger between the two of them, but that certainly hasn't helped the stock. Look how ugly this Para looks. Ugly in terms of a chart. And WBD, not as ugly in terms of a chart. It's more straight down. Actually, he said very inexpensive stock, according to JK. You see, PJ, that's how fake news uh, is disseminated. All right, guys, this ANN, ANNX takes up this 4 level. It could get rocking. I'd be watching this ANX, ANNX, see if it takes out four with any authority. Lots of volume coming in. Yeah, and this MSAI halted and then resumed. Wow. This is the crazy one today, obviously, guys. MSAI. Look at SMFL now, 228 from 340, 350. And halted again. MSAI halted again. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, typical first couple of days. Look at Attack. Now I think Attack is it still a SPAC? Yeah, it's still a SPAC. So Attack is still a SPAC, ATAK. Yeah, MSAI is halted on the way up. Well, if you're in it, there's Attack, guys. ATAK. I mean, risky. I mean, it's probably no reason it's going up other than it's a SPAC, and I don't know if they've actually zeroed in on who they want to merge with. Okay, guys, keep an eye on this ANNX. The longer it holds over four, remember that pre-market high is what is at 442, and then the next highs on the weekly chart a lot higher. Not saying it's getting there, but well, let's take a look at anybody who is in this one right now. MSAI, congratulations, and you are going to be really happy when it opens. Okay. This is the halt. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This blue screen, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas from my Interactive Brokers time and sales. Can't see the symbol, but this is MSAI halted at 1029. This right hand column is the can be the projected open. Notice how it changes 1186, 1179. It's not absolutely that's where it's going to open. But if you're in this one right now, you do you do want to see a price above the halt price. And right now, that's what we're seeing. And typically they are 5-minute halts. Okay, typically they are 5-minute halts. So if it opens in 5 minutes, it'll open at 9:56 plus 35 seconds, which is about a minute from now, a little over a minute from now. And what you just want to see that price above that 1029 if you're in this right now. Holy smokes. Look at this now. So it opened, remember it was saying like 11.50, 10.50, 11.50. Look at this thing go now. $13. I haven't seen a SPAC do this second day in a long time. And this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Wow. BlackBerry is an earnings play, actually, guys. BB is actually an earnings play. Obviously, not good. Remember, they don't make phones anymore. In case anybody's wondering why they're still in business, this is a software company. I think they try to license security software or something like that. But every time I see it, it's just amazing what happened to this company. Anyway, what was the first alert for MSAI? Very, very first alert. Well, we saw it in the pre-market, number one, okay? But first alert in the momentum scanner. Probably should have a don't repeat on this one also, but I don't have a don't repeat on this one. These are all at 9:30. You see, these are all at 9:30. To try to find MSAI. Looks like 518. So in the momentum scanner, we had an alert at 9:32. Okay, 9:32 at 518 in the momentum scanner. And after that, of course, let me see where the first, and at 9:39 we had, it was also here in that's the first halt of the day for it at 661, but certainly earlier on in the momentum scanner. All right, TGI, Triumph Group. I guess this has nothing to do with the motorcycles. Okay. So Triumph Group, TGI, that's a big gap up, 27%. TGI is a buyout? Is it really? Okay. To sell its components aftermarket business for 700. So I don't know if it's a complete buyout. It looks like they're selling their components aftermarket business. Yeah, so it's not a buyout exactly. It's I look at it like selling a division. DGI guys, wow, look at this run here now. It's an AI alert also. I'm noticing an AI alert. Okay, guys. Well, this could be an incredibly boring day for me if I don't get anything in here. I'll have to divert my attention to other things, but I mean, nothing in here so far. Triumph. Holy smokes. DGI. Wish I had taken that one. I did not take it. There was the AI alert. Now the AI's gone a little bit crazy today, guys. There's some things I cannot explain. I've already pointed it out. We've got some entry prices and the stop price is the same as the entry price. So that can't be. So, but TGI, as I said yesterday to somebody, when it went crazy yesterday in a different way, we had so many alerts in the AI. I just sort on the aggressive price target column and see which ones are working at the top. And TGI certainly there was the alert 1547, 1547. SLNH. See, let's take a look at this SLNH and see what it's doing. Some room. My goodness. A stock that actually has a little bit of room, guys. So SLNH, very choppy in that pre-market. Look at up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. The next high looking left 350, so it's above that. So that the next high is 417. So there was a little bit of room. Another low float, of course, 1.24 million in the float. So not very much volume. Relative volume is very high, 16. Another one that is not optionable. I think this is the issue. The ones that are moving today, these cheap ones, are just not optionable. So not getting not getting a lot of action in that scanner. Need stocks that are actionable or that are optionable. Somebody said this. Yeah, this one did a financing STTK at the beginning. Didn't look too bad. $50 million, but it is starting to drop. Is there a price? 645 a share, so it's below the financing price. That is STTK. Another halt here, guys. MYO. Let's see, is it halted on the way up or halted on the way down? So halt, well, all over the place. So it is halted on the way up, but boy, a big bottoming tail down here. So this one got halted also. So this is another SPAC, and it got halted. ATAK. Wow, look at CAN, CAN. I was toying with the idea of shorting this one. Fortunately, I did not. I don't typically short the really cheap ones, but There was the alert at 270, so it's at 250 now. Now this one, this STTK, they did a financing. So the low this week is 524. Now the financing's at what did I say? 650? 645, 645. So just a little bit below the financing price. Well, TGI just gave it all back up. How about saying it like this? Gave it all back. There was the alert. Now, maybe that holds. I'm going to keep an eye on this one to see if it holds, but it is giving it all up now. I don't mean all up. It's still up 27%, but I mean, I'm talking about from the alert at 1547. Boy, Pepe, not even from your relative volume of 2 and a 10-day daily breakout. Nothing there either. So this one's on the move. I think I saw somebody mention this one, CYTK. This is on the move for sure. Don't see any specific reason on it. 97 million in the float, so it's not a low float. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is 41.23 or so. So it's got a little bit of room, but I don't see any news on it for CYTK. Takeover speculation. Okay, thank you. I did recall somebody put, so that was you, obviously, William, who put that information in regarding CYTK a little earlier. Okay, attack opened, ATAK opened. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Next high looking left is 797 on the daily chart. Hey, William, for Attack, ATAK, were there any shares available at Fidelity or E-Trade to short? Thank you, PJ. Okay. All right, guys. Well, listen, I'm not seeing too much on my end. Okay. I mean, I see the wow. Look at the ZGH, which was a absolutely crazy, crazy price action in the pre-market. The 845 candle destroyed a lot of trades. Probably anybody who was holding this one destroyed it, and then in a heartbeat, it just went right back up. And this was a lot of volume too. Okay, this wasn't like low volume. So is this interesting? No. I'm just looking. I'm just looking at EGH. Wanted to see if it could break out. I mean, it could, of course, but I'll look at the daily chart. To me, that looks like there's too much resistance, not that far away. So check out Hook. Main room. Let's see. Hook. Yeah, I don't look at stocks under a dollar, but it did get over a dollar briefly, 132, and then it pulled all the way back down to 81 cents. Big, that's a huge percentage drop. But yeah, is there any news on it? Gilead is investing? Really? How much? That's interesting. After the company said that Gilead bought 15 million shares at a dollar 42. Well, that I mean that is news. It's more interesting that it just sort of fell off as much as it did. Well, what I'll do is I'll put an alert, maybe at the high of the bodies of those two candles, say around 112, and see if later on it takes it out. Because that is obviously that's it's eye catching the news for Hook. Okay, thank you, Delavar, in our YouTube room. This is very, very strange. I mean, nothing in the combo scanners, and I even have one with just a relative volume of two, just to check, but nothing, Nothing coming through. Well, I think then, because I'm just really not seeing anything I want to trade, I'll go over my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage, including the scans. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. Here's a promo code you can use to get 25% off first month only or the entire year. Just give me a moment here. At least one showed up. What's Cypher doing? Just give me a moment. Just give me one moment. I'm going to put a price alert for Cypher around 427. That is a CIFR. It would have a little bit, would have some room. The next high in the weekly chart is up around 5, so I'm just going to keep an eye on it. So sorry about that. So here's the promo code you can use. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, I really appreciate it if you use my code. The reason being is that this is a free room and we want to keep it a free room. The only way it can be free is if people, when they take out a subscription, use my code. Okay, you're in the room, use my code, and that'll help to keep this room free. If you do take out a subscription, absolutely do they get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes, excuse me, to go through these 10 short videos. Runs you through your download and install, your first startup and login. Introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay, so you have to do that if you do take out a subscription. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, he put this series of videos together. You can take a look at this. Keep an eye on this cipher, guys. CYFR. This is a very, in my opinion anyway, this area right up here. Look at the weekly chart. Look left. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. The trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week. You'll get it before the market. It's pretty all over the place today. Shot. You can sign up for it. It is free. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is our big education section. And the first thing you're going to see is our user guide. And so I would, again, take a look at the getting started. This is more detailed look at what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You want to look at some stock races, price alerts. I use price alerts all the time. And again, like any other software program, there's a lot in the manual. You don't have to learn everything that's in this manual, okay? Here's the getting started series again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And the other trader takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez. He's the originator of the trades of the week. So it should be him. I will confirm that before I take my break. And I'll put the YouTube link in the main room before I take my break. And last, here are my scans. So if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, scroll down a bit, and that's middle section. Here are my scans, okay? And again, this is the scan. I have to fix this daily reversals, but this is the one that I'm very interested in all the time. Just no alerts yet today. In the normal option activity plus the 10-day daily breaks combo. Okay, there's no alerts today yet. This is what I use in the pre-market. This is showing the gap, the stocks that have gapped up in the pre-market, either up or down. This is the halts resumes that you see over here. This wow, look at the attack. So the two SPACs went crazy. Well, the former SPAC, which was turned into MSAI yesterday, and today's SPAC ATAK just went crazy today. So that is the momentum scan right there. This is the abnormal option activity scan right here. And other ones that I share that you can't see, which I would pay probably attention to, the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay. So a lot of scans that I'm sharing here. And this is a support room also. Okay. It's not just a trading room. So if you have any questions at all, don't be shy. Okay. Please don't be shy. There's no such thing as a dumb question. All right, guys. Well, we've got one. Now, this is the only problem is this is rumor ridden. Okay, so CYTK just showed up. It did just show up in my in this scan here. It okay, the first one. You can see it up here too. Now it showed up earlier in the 10-day daily breakout at 38.70, but at that point, I can tell you exactly why. It didn't show up in the option scanner until now at 41.71. One of the filters I've got in here, well, I've got a couple of filters in it. The option filters I have has to be at least 500 contracts. That's not the issue, but it also had to be 150% of normal. In other words, 1.5 times normal. You can see right there. That's the first time it became over 150% of normal. 1.5 times normal in terms of the number of option contracts. Now it's at 195%. But do I want to take it? Not necessarily. I mean, this is rumor. This is a rumor stock, as William pointed out, a rumor of a potential AstraZeneca takeover interest. Novartis, so a couple of them, Novartis and AstraZeneca. So all that has to happen is that the company comes out and says, you know what, we're not interested or something like that. So I'm not saying that's going to happen. All right, guys, Hook is now over $1. So this is the one. This I mean this is the one with the deal with Gilead, right? Yeah. So at 142, so they bought 15 million shares at 142. It's not a low float, 74 million in the float. So it's not, otherwise, I think this would be going absolutely crazy. If this were like a 1 or 2 million float, this would probably be going absolutely crazy. I mean, it's still up 89%. That's pretty crazy. But it would probably be going even crazier if the float weren't so big. All right, guys, I'm very interested in this one. Okay, hook. Longer it holds over 10, 10, a dollar. Volume is pouring in now. Biggest volume bar of the day right now for hook. Oh, that's keep an eye on this hook, guys. The longer it stays over a dollar in this area, I'm just kind of waiting to see if it takes out the highs of those where's hook. Just looking to see if it can take out the highs of the bodies of these two candles right there. It's about 111, 112, kind of like that. Now, I'm not telling anybody to buy it, okay? And if it meets your trading style or plan, fine. If not, yeah, that bumped right into that price, but it did not take it out. So let me reset that alert. I'm talking about hook. So I'll just reset that alert and see if it bumped right into it, but it didn't move above it. It just hit it and then did not move above it. Well, I'm not seeing too much follow through on anything that I'm following here. Let me take a look at the CYTK. Okay, guys, I'm still watching Hook. I just have this feeling maybe later it'll start to move. I mean, that's an eye-catching press release, but right now it's just sort of meandering around that between 1 and 110. Well, CYTK. Okay, do I bite the bullet on this? Okay, maybe I'll take a little bit. The spread is not great, but okay. Spread tightened up. So if it gets over 42. Okay, guys, that's okay. SMFL is starting to move again. SMFL starting to move again after the wildness in the first half hour or so. SMFL starting to move again. So if you're a pullback player, you can see it got into, well, actually quite a bit below. Okay, forget that. The VWAP's at 265. But I guess if you had watched it and then as it popped through you know what? It's too. I'm sorry, I'm just rambling here. I know, but it's just too whippy. I think anyway, just way too whippy. That spread. I mean, that float. That's what caused. That is what causing it for us. But well, let's see if it has any sort of movement. I'm in a little bit. Okay, I'm testing this. I mean, I don't have a lot of faith in this one, but this isn't the CYTK. The spread wasn't great, but the only reason I'm doing it is because it showed up here 4171, okay? CYTK. It's the only one that showed up in that scan. It is choppy, there's no question. I'm hoping it can get over 42 and hang over 42 for a bit. If not, I'll just exit. Okay, guys, Hook is back now. Hook is back up to that level. Just wonder, can it hold it and just break through now? This is what I'm talking about, guys. On the Hook, my initial alert was set at the highs of the bodies of these two candles. right there. Okay, so that's the 7 o'clock, and that's the 7:15 pre-market candles. So I put an alert right at the highs here, not at the topping tails, but then it hit it, and then it moved right back down. So I've reset the alert to see if it takes it out again. Maybe just put it up here. Yeah, 113, the same one. And it could be a late dayer. It could be. Maybe just sort of hangs around here for quite a while, and maybe later on the day. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, definitely interested in the IREN. Yeah, it has room. I know it looks super extent. Well, actually, it's only up 30%, but it's got room. At least it's got some room to the next high in the weekly chart, which is and the daily chart. That red line is the next high on the daily chart also. So at least it's got some room. 782. Okay, guys, I'm really watching this IREN. Now that showed up on the did not show up on this scan, but it did show up on the other one, that is slightly revised one, reducing the relative volume from 8 to 6. I know I'm probably confusing people, but and you can see that the it's, a little bit more volume, and it's going to show up right here, guys. It's going to show up in this scan. There's the relative volume of 7.96. That has to be at 8 for it to show up here. So as long as if the volume starts increasing, at least it's got some room to run before it hits that next high on the daily chart. And I took myself out of the CYTK, guys. Yeah, I had a small loss on that. Didn't have very many shares, but it just didn't hold over 42. That was the problem. There it is, guys. Okay, remember I said it would show up? All right, well, let's see. Can this one run for us? IREN. CYTK is trying to come back a little bit. I just don't know. If it, you know what, if we get it over 42 again, I might take another shot at it, but I have my doubts. And look how far this one has come down now. The MSAI, so up to $14, gets right back cut in half, basically. It's so wild. We don't even have float information on it. Well, I'm trying to have faith in the scan on the IREN. Okay. I'm just trying to have some faith in the scan. I mean, it may not, go crazy, but at least it has room looking left. So there is that. But this is a very, very slow day for me. And it's just based on the scans that I have. Now I know somebody's going to say, "Oh, it's a great day." I'm not saying it's not a. Depends on the scans you have. It really does. Now look at the CYTK. Hmm. I thought about doing that, Pepe, and of course we can't give it out because of the custom formula. Unless people have to tell people how to create it and all that. But you're right. But look at this. I mean, these are the two. These are the two that are triggered anyway, right? And so even without that custom formula, these are the two that are showing up anyway. But I completely understand. Yeah, I can give you the link, Benji. I put the link in many times. Go to my homepage. Okay, go to my homepage, and I just put the link into my homepage. And all you have to do is you'll be at the top. You'll see this. You'll be at the top here. Just scroll down and click on the scan section, and it's right here. Okay, you don't need the upper one. The upper one is just this, the abnormal option. Okay, so this is what you're looking for, the abnormal option activity plus 10-day daily breakout combo. Okay, that's what you're looking for. This is the scan you're looking for right there. Okay. Not quite. I don't think it's a high of the day. I don't think Well, okay, it only says I've given Pepe the credit for creating this, that's all. It's the same scan, okay? It is the same scan. Okay? Come on, Irene. Yes. Okay, Irene. Great old song. Not looking for much, guys. Not in a day like today, but okay. I have taken some off though. Okay. I mean, I'm not. I took. Uh, we don't talk about how many shares we take and all that, but I took a fair number, and so I'm able to take some off here for some gain, and I can hold on to the rest in case it does go crazy, a little more crazy. And I'm talking about Irene. So, in case you're wondering what we've been, it's not a private conversation between Pepe and myself, okay? But this is what we're talking about, okay? So this scan here is a combination of the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout, okay? The relative volume has to be 8 in here, okay, for us to see it. But in this scan, we dropped it to 6, relative volume of 6, just to see, if it really made that much of a difference. And you can see that right off the bat that IREN triggered at 716 here, and it triggered at 726 here. Uh, More importantly for me, though, it's not when they triggered, but are the same stocks triggering. In other words, by dropping it, are we getting a lot more that we don't want to see? If that makes sense. By dropping the filter value from 8 to 6. So today we're getting exactly the same stock. So obviously this would have been a better way to look at it because you can get in earlier. Okay. And if it doesn't make sense, just ask me. I'll try to explain it a little bit better. Okay, so Liz, in our YouTube room, do we have a scan on how to read candlesticks? No. We're a software provider, like we're a tool, but let me show you something here, okay? Which I think will help. But take when you look, so I would take a look at that, Trading 101. And if you're actually brand new to trading, it's a great series of videos. Sounds like you're new because if you purchased the software yesterday and now you're looking for a way in which you can figure out how to read charts, you're obviously new to trading. So, this is probably good for you regardless. Okay. Trade Ideas does not teach you how to trade. Okay. The program is called Trade Ideas. It generates ideas based on the scans that you created or that you take from me. But once you click on an alert, you have to know what you're seeing on a chart. Okay, so it's not going to teach you how to trade. Voice is garbled. Okay, okay. Is it garbled for everybody or just real? Okay, phew. Now I have an alert set for the CYTK over 42. I want to see maybe later on in the day, maybe it takes it out. The spread will have to get a lot better for me though. Also, come on, Irene. Was that who was that group? Dixie, the Dixie somebody or other. Am I cutting in and out? Hmm. Am I still cutting in and out? Somebody in our YouTube room now is saying the audio is cutting in and out. Dexy's Midnight Runners. I knew it was Dexy something or other. Come on, Irene. So, okay, 10:55, but he just posted that. So, am I okay regarding my audio? Am I okay regarding my audio in both rooms? Okay, thank you, Pepe. Okay, guys, as far as I'm concerned, this little abnormal, it struck again. I mean, 726, I mean, it's up to 740. It's not bad, okay, but it's got the room. It's got the room to 770. Not saying it's getting there, but at least, that's all I'm looking for is stocks that have room to run before they hit the next high, looking left on a daily chart. And so certainly Irene has the room. Just look left. That red line represents the next high looking left on a daily chart. If I expanded this daily, if I zoomed out in this daily chart, you would see it somewhere. This is back in this is the week of July this year. Now here's another one on the move, guys. Abnormal option activity. However, see the relative volume is too low, 3.58. It doesn't mean not to take a trade, okay? But it's not going to show up on the combo scan because it has to be at least 8, and the relative volume is 3.5. Doesn't mean it's, don't take the trade, but if you're just waiting for things in that scan, this has got room though. 22.23. Next high looking left. Well, the next high looking left is actually right there. It's right at it. But if you look at the weekly chart, the next high is 22.37 for MP. I have no targets. All I'm saying on the IREN is that the next high looking left is up here. Okay. It was 780. Well, you can't see that red line now. Oh, that's because I didn't click on the multi-strategy. That's the bug we've got. So let me click on the multi-strategy window. Okay, that's the next high looking left. That's not a target. It's just an area that if it gets close to that, I want to know about it. Okay, but it's not a target. I don't put targets. Okay, I just look see where a stock could go before it hits. If it got up there, it doesn't mean I'm not taking it. I'm not taking the trade off. I want to see what it does. If it possibly gets up there. Okay, so I'll answer Sarah. I'll give me a moment. I'll try to answer your question. I don't have a specific I don't have a specific scan for that, but so Justin, how to get the red line to show up the chart? I'm not drawing it manually, okay? There's a bug in our system. The only way you can get the red line is if it comes from a multi-strategy window, okay? If you click on it from an alert window, you will not get the red line. Now, as we found out yesterday, even if you click on it from a multi-strategy window, the M window, and you don't see the red line, make sure you're not using the web-based version of the chart. So if you right click on, I know it's getting a little confusing, but if you right click on the chart and it says use browser interface down here, uncheck it. Okay. Uncheck it. We found that yesterday somebody wasn't getting it, even though they were clicking on it from a multi-strategy window, an alert from a multi-strategy window, and they weren't getting it. And that's because they were using the user browser interface. So uncheck it if that's what you've got. Okay. I did trade it. I took a small loss on it. I wasn't convinced because it's more of it's a potential buyout. So I did take it, but I got out of it. Had a little bit of a gain in it when it got up to 42, but I was hoping for a lot more. I still have an alert set 42. Want to see if it takes it out later. And it was at right around the 41.70 mark. I took it. All right. So you're new to trading and the software. Okay. Well, first of all, Sarah, I would take a look at that series of videos, okay, that are from my homepage, Trading 101. I would really take a look at that first. You have to have some basis, some knowledge about how to read charts, support and resistance, things like that. So if you're brand new to trading, even if I gave you a scan that did what you're looking for, it may not help because you won't know what you're looking at. Even if you click on an alert, if you don't understand how to read a chart, then it's really not going to help that much. But let me see what you're looking for. Yeah, so a specific intraday pattern over a 10-minute span. So I don't have anything. If you want, you can send something to, I probably won't be the one to help. One of the other traders. Sounds like it's more of well, here's what you do. Support at trade-ideas.com. And we have 5 other traders who will be looking at this, okay? Okay, and explain what you're looking for. And somebody, even myself, because I see all the emails that come in, somebody hopefully will be able to help you, okay? Okay. Well, as far as what time frame is was the question is talking about support. First of all, support and resistance is a real difficult one. My idea of support and resistance might be completely different from other people's. Okay. That's why when people say, I need a scan that shows break of support or break of resistance. Well, all I'm doing, I mean, I have a very simple style. All I care about is looking left and I look for the next high on the daily chart. If I can't see it on the daily chart, then I look for it on the weekly chart. Okay. So it's not a matter of what time frame it is. If I can't see it on a daily chart, like right here, for instance, on the CYTK, if I look left, I can't see the next high. I can't even see it on the weekly chart. So at this point, I might have to go to a monthly chart. Okay. Most of the time I don't have to. And so now I see the next high is 43.89. Is that a resistance area? Could be. Okay. But you see what I'm saying? Somebody else might think, well, that's dumb. I don't what I'd rather do is take a look at a moving average. And if that is my idea of support and resistance. And there's no right or wrong. There's just literally no right or wrong. I just have a very simple way of looking at it. Look left all the time. If I see a high on the daily chart that's too close for me, then I won't take the trade. Too close meaning, if I get into a trade, I'll always have a stop. I'll always have a price I'm getting out of the trade if it's not working. So, make the math super simple. If I had a stop of 10 cents and I look left and the next high looking left is 5 cents away, I won't take the trade. I'm not going to risk 10 cents to try to make 5 cents. But if I look left and the next high is, say, 40 cents away, then I say, okay, I can risk 10 cents with the possibility of making 40 cents. I'll do it. Doesn't mean it's going to look at Irene go. Sorry, guys. So, what did I do with Irene? The next time I have to get a weekly chart up. So the next high looking left actually on the daily chart is 780. Okay, that red line represents the next high on it, even though I'm looking at a weekly chart, but that actually is the next high on a daily chart. If I back this daily chart up enough, and I moved and I got back to July of this year, you would see there was a high on the daily chart up here. So that becomes a primo looking trade to me because it's got all sorts of room. Doesn't mean it's going to get up here, but all I'm trying to do when I trade is take out one aspect of why a stock won't keep moving up if I'm going long. I try to take chart resistance out of the equation. That's all I'm trying to do. Doesn't mean it's going to get up here, but if I saw the next high was 735, I wouldn't have taken the trade. How do I buy a quantity of shares according to risk management automatically? So what are you trying to do? Are you trying to have something automated, Leo? Because I don't automate anything. Okay. If you're talking about taking a trade manually using risk management, I can kind of go over that. But if you're talking about auto trading with something set up, I just don't. I just don't do it. Now you can, I can go up here and go to tools. So what are you talking about exactly? Are you talking about RAI, or are you talking about your own strategy, or are you talking about manually doing something? And I'm talking to Leor in our YouTube room. Well, that doesn't help me though. You're talking about risk reward. I understand that, but how are you taking the trade? So for instance, let's just I'll do a little bit of risk reward stuff right here. Let's say I wanted to take PBTS, okay? So I click on it and I am going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to take 500 shares of this. I'm going to go in, the bid ask is okay. Send. Okay. So I'm in this is in the simulator, okay? At 145 entry. I'm going to put a stop at 125. Now remember, the way I trade, I know where I'm going to get out of a trade if it doesn't work. And you can see on my chart now, there's a line that says approximately minus 100. So again, the way I trade is if I'm looking to take a trade, the first thing, one of the things I'm doing, of course, is looking left. How much room does it have, excuse me, before it's going to hit that next high on the daily chart? And again, this is not something I would do. I'm just using this for demonstration purposes because I know if I get into the trade, I have to know where I'm going to get out of the trade if I don't feel it's working. And typically, I'm looking at maybe a support area on the chart that I think could be support. If it broke down through that, I want to get out of the trade. So I put a 20-cent stop on this just to make the math easy. Because now this is going to, I think, answer your question. The way I trade is I only want to risk I want to risk about the same amount in every trade. I'm not going to risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next trade, $25 the next trade. So in the simulator, I think what you're talking about is I'm going to risk $100 a trade. And that's why I took 500 shares on this one, because 500 shares times 20 cents if I get stopped out, that's the difference between my entry and my stop price is $100. That's why that says minus 100. So you can set up a spreadsheet, okay, in which you can set up, if you know how to do it within, say, Excel, with your constant that you want to risk per trade, and say it's $100, and then you just input your entry and your stop, and then that'll determine how many shares you take. Okay. So of course, there's 500 shares that I took here. Again, I just wanted to make the math easy. It will always be based on the difference in the entry and the stop. If that had been 10 cents, I could have taken 1,000 shares. Okay. But if you're talking about, yeah, I mean, when David's talking about doing this, I'm not saying I don't agree with it, but oh, look at CYTK. Shoot. Now it did it. Oh, well. I missed out. So, I mean, you could set up, yeah, using this buy or sell. I mean, if you really, really wanted to, you'd have to assign a strategy that you create, okay? And you could assign it. So this is a $5,000 at the market stop at low. I've assigned that to this buy sell. I don't do this, okay? But I'm just showing you. You could assign your own strategy. You edit your trading strategy and your order details. Where is that? Risk management. Okay, risk management. Where's the $100 or whatever? Boy, so long since I've done this. Yeah, based on a stop loss. Okay, $100, risk value 100. Okay, as an example. I don't do this, but that's okay. That's how you can do it. So you could set up your own strategy and put a risk value of $100 to risk on the trade. Click on that buy button, but you have to set up your own strategy. I don't do it. Okay, LQDA, another one that's been super active, took out yesterday's high now. No, there's CCL guys. CCL making a new high now. CCL making a new high. It's an earnings play coming right. You can see exactly what's happening, coming right into the next high in the daily chart. You can't see it on the daily chart. And I'd have to back this out. I'd have to, back this zoom out. Okay, guys, with all of that, I got out of the Irene. It got up. I was hoping to get up to the 750s. It didn't, as it popped back down to 740. So I'm all out of it. I may get back into it later. All depends on how, if it sets up again. So that's exactly what I was trying to demonstrate, Leor. Okay, so if you can set up an Excel spreadsheet with, say, your risk of $100, that so it's going to point at that number, then you put in your entry and your stop. That'll calculate how many shares you can take. Or you can do it with the one click, but it requires that you set up your own strategy. Well, CPRX on the move. This has been a pretty steady mover on the way up here, CPRX. Well, I did get the alert on the CYTK. I just couldn't act fast enough. So a couple of pretty good ones. Took a while, but a couple of pretty good ones. I mean, I'm not saying this would have been easy. Second time around though, 41.71. And then this one, 726 on a percentage basis. Irene got up to what, almost 750, I think. Yeah, 745 it got up to. I was hoping a break through that. Maybe later on. Ugh. The agony of defeat. CYTK. Did Mull do a reverse split today? No. Is that what happened? Somebody said Mull did a reverse split. Did they do it today? MULN? What was the ratio, Cam? Do you mind? Do you recall? I don't see it here. Well, maybe I'll see it here. One for, oh, that's the one that did one for 100. Wow. Okay. Well, what started out to be very boring for me has turned into a not as boring, and the time is just flying by. 11:20. So in about 40 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Steve Gomez will take over. Well, actually, let me confirm that. Sometimes he and Andy switch. So I'm not giving up on Irene for later. Okay, sometimes these things, later on in the day, maybe this afternoon, if it hangs around this high in this area, it could have another run. So that's why I'm saying I use this like a watch list. Okay, I watch these stocks all day long. There are only two of them today, but when you look at the alerts and you look at the current prices or what they hit, not bad. Okay, I just confirmed it will be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room today. And so he'll take over for me in about 40 minutes. I did not short anything today. No, only two trades: the CYTK, which unfortunately I didn't get back in, and the Irene, which I did okay on. And I'm still watching this hook, guys. Maybe later on in the day. Okay, I mean it had some pretty good looking news. Okay, maybe later on in the day, I have to reset my alert here. We're at 113. Gilead bought 15 million shares at 145. So it's up. It's already up 89%. Wow. No, I didn't find anything. I don't care about market sentiment, eyes, unless it's something that is following the market very closely, like a stock that is following the market. I just nothing set up for me. I don't look at market sentiment so much unless I'm in something that is more or less kind of following the market. In our YouTube room, hello, Mithun. I'm sorry if I butchered your name a bit, but good morning. Well, morning here anyway for me in the West. Well, it's still morning. East Coast, what East Coast is still morning. Yeah, this is sometimes this is kind of rare. Okay, companies that do reverse split. Now, I'm not sure. Did they try to come up with some news? Sure, they did. Okay. So they came up with some news. They did a one for 100 reverse split. And then they immediately came out with some news, any news. And I'm talking any news. Now, whether, Is this news enough for this stock to go up 36%? No, but it doesn't matter. I mean, did they know this was happening before they did the reverse split? Of course they did. But I'm going to give credit to the company. You know, they do a reverse split, and they will always try, or they should anyway, within a week or so, come up with some kind of news that kind of juice the stock a bit. Now it's halted. Well, we have another trading room also. Matthew, what, like when you say you want to a Zoom call or some other way to interact, you can ask questions. I can try to help, and if I can help, if I can't, I'll try to direct you to somebody who can help you. Okay, so if you have a question, just pose it. So Prakash, that's what I would do. Go to support at trade-ideas.com. Ask that question. One of the other traders may have something like that. Okay, I don't. And I could try maybe to figure it out, but my guess, I know Steve, I think he does something stuff on 15-minute pullback. So more than likely, you could adapt it to say a 5-minute pullback or bull flag, as you call it. Okay. And again, if you can hang around for 40 minutes, Steve will be in the YouTube room. So he may have something. Well, I'm not even sure I know how to answer that question, Erica. Um, if I put, I mean, I don't put targets, okay, but if I did, and I, put added a target or sorry, a target order, okay, and if I put it at 160, it's just going to trade it at 160. If it hits 160, it'll take me out of the trade. Can't see it on the chart. Sorry, get to the PB. You probably see another line on the PBTS chart there. So if it gets to 160, it'll just take me out of the trade. Okay. Now the problems can be sometimes, of course, that if it hits 160 and say you had 10,000 shares, you may not them all off because maybe it hits 160 and it comes right back down. As an example, I'm just using if you had a lot of shares, just in general. But if it hit that 160 mark right now in the simulator, it'll take me out of the trade. Are there any TI layouts to understand the current day market buying strengths or sector buying strength? Again, Steve may have something. Okay. So if you're going to hang around, if you can hang around for 30 minutes or so, Steve may have something. We do have things called compare counts that will look at like sort of stocks that are moving higher versus stocks that are moving higher with similar volumes. So you can kind of get, but for me to use market sentiment, as I just use the SPY, I just have the SPY chart up, if it, and I kind of keep this on, I always have the SPY chart. Right now it's super choppy, but obviously if we saw the SPY starting to move higher and higher and higher, market sentiment would be good. If it's moving lower, 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 then bad. Right now, I think right now the market is just chopping around as an example. Now, as far as sector buying strength, are you talking about a specific, because we do have, if I click on from our toolbar, click on new, and then click on docked channel bar, and I click on show more. Now this is sector status, okay? These are the major sectors. So right now, if you look at these sectors right here, these are the major sectors, okay? So there's energy, okay, XLE. So 69%, that means that 69% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Look at technology, 92% of them are above. Communications, 95%. So these are strong sectors. If you're looking at for a weak sector, you won't find one right now, okay? So now if you're looking for a specific stock though within these sectors, you know, EQT is right now is the best performing stock within that sector. If you were looking for a counter trade, thinking, well, okay, that's great, but here's let's take a look at a very strong sector in technology or communications, okay, XLC. 95% of the stocks that make up XLC are above yesterday's close. If I scroll down here though, because there could be, come on. So you look at CMCSA. This is it's really the only one that is down from yesterday's close. You may want to look at that just to say, well, I wonder why. Every other stock that makes up this sector is at least, above yesterday's close. This one isn't. That might be interesting. I don't know. I don't trade like that, okay? But I'm just trying to point out how you can maybe use this, find counter trades within a sector. But if you're looking for, I mean, right now though, this is telling me that all the sectors are pretty strong right now. Does that make a little bit of sense? This is from our channel. Okay. So I just click on new and then dock channel bar and scroll down until you see show more. This is just sector status. This is one of the channels we got. So I don't have to provide it to you. I can just tell you how to get it. Okay. All right, guys. Irene is trying to come back a little bit here. You may have another go. So we've had some excitement today. I mean, we've had the MULN. These are all very low floats. We had earlier on, we had the ATAK, we had the MSAI, a lot of excitement, lots of, great when you're on the right side of the trade, not so good when you're on the wrong side of the trade. And as I'll preach constantly, if you take one of these, if you're new, I would probably shy away, but if you do take any one of these sort of stocks, you cannot leave your computer. You cannot wander away. even for like 5 or 10 seconds. With the low float. Now that float has not been adjusted. There was a 100, a 1 for 100 reverse split. So really, that float is 3.3 million. You divide that by 100, so it's really 3.3 million now. So if you're in one of these low float stocks, you cannot wander away from your computer. Okay. Okay, guys. Again, in about 25 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Steve Gomez will be taking over for me. So now Steve is way more of a swing trader than I am. And so the nice thing about the YouTube room between 12 and 1, when I do take a break, is it works out perfectly. We have 5 days of the week. We have 5 different traders that take over, and we all have different trading styles. Okay. So certainly Michael on Tuesday, Andy and Steve and Andy on Thursday and Friday. They are way more into swing trading than I am. JFrog. Now this obviously has done some, I don't know, reverse splits. I don't know why this is a 22%. Let me back this out on a monthly chart and see where it was. Was this, I don't know if this was a kind of a pandemic. Yeah, this was during the pandemic, and a lot of these stocks went crazy. So this was a high of $93 at one point. I don't know what they do. Computer design services. Yeah. So this is a tech stock. A lot of the tech stocks went kind of crazy, but it has fallen on hard times, trying to come back a bit. And that is Frog, FROG. And SPH is showing up now, guys. Now, what is the volume? Relative volume? Yeah, 4.99. So that's why it's not showing up in here, because the relative volume is not high enough, so it doesn't pass that one filter test. Doesn't mean it's not a good one to trade. In fact, it looks great to trade right now. So before Steve shows up, just giving an idea about what I look for. Because I'm an intraday trader, all I'm looking for are stocks that are, well, the main thing I'm looking for are stocks that are trading abnormally. Two ways to find stocks that are trading abnormally. One is by using a relative volume filter. So when I look at MULN and I see 18, that means it's trading today at this time of day 18 times normal. The baseline, I think, is the average over 30 days. So that is 18 times normal. So if I'm going to intraday trade anything, I am only going to want to see stocks that are trading abnormally. Why would I want to get into something that's not moving? Okay, so 18 times normal relative volume. The next way I find stocks that are trading abnormally is by looking at their option volume. Now, I don't trade options, but this will help me. This will show me stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. So when we click on SPH as an example, so far it's traded 1,230 contracts, and that represents about 320% of normal, 3.2 times normal. That is, so it's both trading relative volume wise, pretty good. I mean, that's a big relative volume, 5 times normal, but also its option volume is a little over 3 times normal, and that'll grow, of course, as the number of contracts increase. So my minimum here has to be at least 500 contracts and at least 150% of normal. I have other filters in place, a range filter, like a price range and minimum volume, and even have relative volume in here. But this allows me then, and that's what the combo is doing. It's taking a combination of abnormal option activity plus abnormal volume activity, and it combines them. And we do not get very many alerts in this because it's hard, to have, these filters to pass in both these different scans. It's hard, but I like it like this. I don't want to see a lot of alerts, you know. And if you're new to trading, one of the overwhelming aspect of trading is, well, what do I trade? Especially if you're looking at a screen like this and you're seeing all these symbols showing up. So that's why my suggestion, and it's all I'm doing. I mean, I'm used to trading, but all I'm doing is concentrating on the stocks that come into this window right there. Now, sometimes, we've only had two. That might be it for the day. It might be it. I don't know. Sometimes I think the most I've ever seen is 10. And again, it's because the filters that I'm using in here are, it's tough for filters for stocks to be trading 8 times normal plus at least 150% of normal in option activity. And also, it has to be a 10-day daily breakout. It's a combination. It has to be a 10-day daily breakout and trading abnormally in terms of options. Somebody asked before about shorting. I've got nothing in the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, nothing. So that's, somebody said, well, am I not shorting because of market sentiment or something? No, I have no alerts. No alerts. I thought you were shorting that, Grumpy. When I saw, and I thought, how are you shorting it? I thought you were shorting MULN. And I thought, and the interesting thing is that there are, even though it did a reverse split, a lot of times when a company does a reverse split, uh, for a few days afterwards, there were no shorts available, but there were 2.78 million shares available, Interactive Brokers, to short this. I'm very surprised. Meanwhile, yeah, it's just going crazy. Now, again, this is reverse split adjusted. Okay, so if you're looking at this at my chart here, a monthly chart, did this ever get up to $357,000? No. Okay, this has done many, many, many reverse splits. So this is reverse split adjusted. So no, this stock did not get up to $357,000 at one point. This is reverse split adjusted. Again, if you're unfamiliar with what a reverse split is and why a company does it, typically they do it because they have to regain their NASDAQ listing compliance. And when a stock is under, and there were other reasons, but if a stock is under $1 and they trade on the NASDAQ, usually they get a letter saying, hey, you got to get your stock price over $1, otherwise we'll have to delist you. I mean, there are other things in play. So what happens is, so a stock like MULN, yeah, it looks like it's up It's at $14. But understand that that really represents, yes, that represents really being a dollar 40. If this, it wouldn't have probably gone up this much, or 14 cents. Sorry, 14 cents. Divide that by 100. And so you take that and you divide the float by 100. So really the float is 3.39. Basically, the market cap stays the same. You multiply the shares outstanding times the current price. You just adjust the ratios by 100 for each one, the price and the shares outstanding. And so when you multiply them together, the market cap remains the same. Now that I've confused everybody. Nobody cares about that today. Okay. Nobody cares about the reverse split and all that. All they care about is, wow, look at this stock that's basically doubled from here. Boy, number one look, guys, is this hook. I love the way it's holding over the dollar mark. Don't lose sight of this one, okay? I mean, this could, sometime in the afternoon, start to take off. Had all the enthusiasm at the beginning of the day. The volume is tapered off. I mean, it's still high. Look at that volume. It's still 360,000 shares there, but in relation to the previous volume bars, it's tapered off. Look at the volume, 81 million. It is traded the float, 74 million in the float, 81 million have traded. That is, very, you don't often see that with that sort of a float, that the float gets traded. And so it had what seems to be legitimate news with Gilead buying $50 million worth of stock at $1.50, $1.45, sorry. I guess it's 21 million dollars, 15 million shares at a price of 141, sorry, say 142. So it's pretty decent news. All right, guys, 11:48. So Steve is going to be taking over for me in about 10 minutes. So what I'm going to do right now is in our main room, I'm going to put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Steve if you want. He'll be there between 12 and 1. So here's the YouTube link. He's not there yet, but there's the YouTube link if you want to head over at around noon. So it's 11:49 right now, Eastern time, of course. So I see Mullen opened, MULN opened. Okay. Again, this is shortable for me. Not that I want to, pile into a short on this. I mean, awfully dangerous. I'm just surprised that it's available. 2.7 million shares available. I'm just very, very surprised. At some point, it's going to be just an insane short. But one of the hardest things you can do, and this is why, I'm well, not even, I don't even really try, but try to predict where a top is or try to predict where a bottom is. Very, 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 very difficult. After the fact, it looks obvious. But I'm sure that, people who read about this reverse split probably thought, okay, I'll short it here at 950. Okay, I'll short it here at 1096. Okay, I'll short it here at 1410. Okay, I'll short it here at 15. It's faulted again, I guess. I'll short it up here. You know what I mean? Like it's very, 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 very difficult. So this one still does it. This is the one that I use. That's probably, I like to use this one. I see you put another, but here, this is the dilution tracker and it says 4 million. Okay. Right there, 4 million. So, I mean, is that exactly 100, like 3.3? I don't know. I mean, it's close enough though. It's in the ballpark. I don't know what the one you're showing is. What does it say? Yeah, so that is not split adjusted. That other site is actually usually it's bang on. I find it's usually bang on. Wrong person to ask probably, Neil. And IVVD, isn't that a, because I'm not a swing trader. Steve may have a better idea. And this is yeah, it's a bio too. Okay, so uh, with I'm reluctant to swing a bio to be honest, because anything can happen. They can do a financing on you. They can, I mean, anything can happen to any stock, but it's more predominant with these bios, and they come up with bad news. I mean, obviously, 3 days ago came out with some really good news, I guess. Yeah, that was surging on a positive data from a COVID study. Okay, so I would just be a little reluctant to swing a bio. But listen, that is not advice. Okay, because it could go to $10 Monday. Okay, not advice. I think Steve will say the same thing. He is way more of a swing trader than I. Well, he is a swing trader, and I think he shies away from the bios also. But others might have a different opinion. Okay, guys, I am going to put the link or no, the my message in. Steve is not there quite yet, but he should be showing up anytime now. So on a break, back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay. Still looks higher there. There's the halt price for MULN. There is a projected open 16. Doesn't mean it's going to open at 16. And well, it just opened. It just opened. Incredible. As I say, this is going to be an insane short. Anybody who happens to get lucky and picks the top. And listen, it did just show up, unbelievably so, in the option scanner. It did just show up. Am I going to take it? And this is what I'm saying. Am I going to take it? Well, no, no. Now, why is it late in theory? Remember, that is a 10-day daily breakout. So you can see that it only took out, that's a 10-day high right there, I guess. Or right around here. So that's why, or do I take it? Oh my goodness. I'm just amazed there are all these shorts available. Okay, guys, listen, I've done something really stupid, but I don't care. So I'm out of it. I'm out of it. I'm in it, out of it. Okay. Did- there was the alert at 1724. Of course, I did not get it at 1724, but and I say stupid because that's super risky, but I didn't go crazy on the number of shares or anything like that. But I decided, what the heck? I have so much faith in this scan right here that Steve, are you here? Are you there? I guess he's not. Yeah, only because of the scan. Again, I didn't. Only because of the scan. 1724. I wish I'd got it right there, but how good is this scan? I mean, seriously, guys, how good is this scan? All right, let's take a look at TGI. I'm going to be on a break, so I don't think I'm going to do anything, but let's take a look at TGI. And even IREN, I'm still looking at that one later on, guys. Perhaps if it takes out, say, the high of the day, IREN. Again, I use this like a watch list. Okay, I use this like a watch list. These are my stocks that I'm concentrating on. There is Steve. I hear you. Okay, guys, Steve is in the YouTube room now, so I'm going to take my break. I'll see you guys in the main room in about an hour. Okay, and Steve is in the YouTube room. Steve, how are you? I can hear you, but it's really weird.
Weird? How about now? Is that better?
Way better, way better.
My boom was down. So I just bought some FSR. I don't know what's going on here. How close are MULN and FSR in terms of, car manufacturers on the B side or C side of things? So giant short float in FSR. were showing
Hmm.
38%. And, I put a price alert in there and I thought, if this thing just triggers with some sympathy on Mullen, I'm going to jump in. So I jumped in, see what happens.
Yeah, of course, Mullen today, I mean, you're probably aware, they did a reverse split. So it's a
Right,
103.
right. And
So that, yeah, we don't have it adjusted yet. So that
we don't
that
have it
that
adjusted. Yeah.
that float is about 4 million. And they came out with a little bit of news. Okay. So that's the reason why it's moving. Okay.
Right.
Because they came
It's
out with a
it's
little bit of news.
it's the little bit of news part that I like to scare the 38% shorts in Fisker. That's all. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah. And you're right. That's a huge. Now, the interesting thing for me in the mull, not that I've done, I mean, if you were listening to me, I don't, you probably weren't listening. I
I
actually
haven't.
I ended up taking them on a very quick trade. In my normal option activity scan that I love, it actually showed up at 1724. Okay, at 11:56
Mhm.
Eastern time. So I ended up taking quick in and out. But there are a ton of shorts available for me at
Interesting.
Interactive Brokers, which is really interesting because normally when a stock does a reverse split, what I found is that if there were shorts available before, usually for a couple of days anyway, they aren't available. But there are like 2.7
Right.
million. And
That's
somebody is
weird.
going to make a bundle on shorting this.
Very weird.
Very weird. Okay, Steve.
Okay, go do your thing.
I'll do my thing, and now I'll try to relieve you at about 5:02.
Sure. That sounds good. We
Okay.
got a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks. Hello, everybody. Neil, yeah, I just looked at IVVD. Not bad. I mean, what I don't like about it for a swing is that it's already ran a huge amount. So it's kind of conflicting. It's strong on the intraday. It's looking really strong right here. But on the daily, it's got a lot of space between the current price, and this is where it's all going to come into play going forward. I think things start to do that once they pop on the radar. Speaking of popping on the radar, I've been sitting in a stock called Beat, Heartbeam. Apparently there's no reason to have been in it in the chart. I let it try to wash out the lows. I've got a very low basis down here. Story stock, and I was just kind of waiting for the chart to confirm the story. Well, what do you know? Somebody with a suit on went on CNBC and talked their book and said they like Heartbeam. So that's the reason for the pop in this. Doesn't matter. I'll take it. Point being is maybe this is the day that this thing kind of gets on the radar for more people because of that mention. As I said, I also took FSR. Let's check in on FSR. I'm in right there. You can see I put that price alert in right about there at 147, and it went off, and I pulled it up. I just bought market, what I was comfortable buying. And I'm doing it only because of the short float there and, trying to see if there's any sympathy with Mullen and their car deliveries, that they actually delivered some cars today. Electric vehicle. So, 14% short electric vehicle. The thing's up 95%. It's been halted. What if you were a short seller in Fisker and you're watching what's happening over there in Mullen and you're looking at a pretty good profit in your short sell? What do you do? Do you turn around and just hit the buy button and cover to lock in your profits and trigger everybody else to do the same thing? I'm betting that's what might happen. That's what I was discussing with Barry when I came on. Mytham, is there a way to set up a worm for breakouts working versus failing? No, the worm, we call that the compare count window. The only thing you could do is the compare count window is basically taking two different data points and kind of seeing which one has more green and more red. So you'd have to create one versus breakouts, working versus failing. I guess what I'm trying to say is, Mytham, we need two scans, and we need two scans that are kind of diametrically opposed to each other so that we can compare it and count how they're doing against each other. So however you would define breakouts working would be one scan, and whatever you're defining as failing intraday, um, we can't take it as far as show me every stock that tried to break out and then failed. It's the and then that gets us hung up. So the compare count windows, or a worm, as some people call them, is two completely different data sets, and we're trying to get information of which one's working better. So I would suggest maybe taking just a simple momentum scan for the green, and maybe a breakdown type of scan for the red, and you essentially use those as your two compares to count to each other. I don't know where I would start in terms of what type of scan to use. That would be more up to you, but you're welcome to email us for help and configuration on something like what you would want each scan to be. How would you define a breakout? What time period, what signals a breakout, volume above a pivot level. I don't know. I see another question you have, Mitham, regarding sectors. I use this a lot. This is just a top list full of my watch list of ETFs. Now, what's this telling me? Two things. I've got it changed from the open. Okay, this is really important for me for a sector watch list. I don't care about change from close. I want to know, where is the change from the opening bell? Where's the money today flowing? So today it's going into Solars, TAN. It's going into, I'm going to turn my web browser's charts off. Barry has the same issue when he's broadcasting. It just slows them down a little bit too much. URA, uranium. We can zoom that out a little bit. Now uranium's strong today. Steel is strong today. I don't know what's going on with the X buyout, if that's starting to run into some snags. Biotech is strong today. So you can see this is how I can kind of get a flavor for where the top 5 sectors are. Gold miners, of course. And then we come down here. Oh, look, real estate, REITs not doing well. Treasuries, TLT not doing well. Energy not doing well. Banks not doing well. KBE is rolling over. That FAZ was something I was trying to play earlier in the month, but couldn't get it to work. Just too much strength. In other words, the chart was not confirming the story that I thought, that the banks were in trouble. The stock price didn't care. Patrick, are you by chance in Beat? I am sitting in Beat, and I got my ship to come in. Some talking suit on CNBC came in and put it on the radar, so that's interesting. I'm not in any metals other than the ones that I own physically, Patrick. I just been kind of, believe it or not, I've been kind of doing a lot of shorter term trading. Hive and Riot and Mara, those were having some good days this week. Shot trade of the week worked well. I took my day and a half, right? Just give me 2 days. Just give me something to work with here. And then most importantly, taking profits above, looking left over there, we're giving some back now. And as I look at it, it's trying to dig in down here, kind of sloppily, if you will. Yeah, and this FSR might have just been stupid. It's not doing anything. Revving its stupid electric engine is what it's doing. Revving its electric motor. Okay, it looks like we're caught up. Lou, how do you, Mullen? I think you meant to say, how would you trade Mullen? I haven't been trading Mullen, but I would be using the 10 SMA. I'd be watching this very closely, this 10 SMA. So there's a lot of space in there right now. I don't know what to say about that. Great. That's exactly what you were looking for. Mitham, appreciate the feedback. Good to know. Mitsu, I'd like to see any stocks between 2 and 20 that are up over 100%. Sure. Just define. Okay, I think I saw an email with this, and you're saying up over 100% for the day. So that is our qualifier. So let's do that. Let's just make a simple list. Top list. All right. List window. This will be super easy to do. Filters. Your price was 2 to 20. I'm going to take out average daily volume because that might hinder, but what I will put in as volume today, it will make that 100,000 shares traded today. And here's the kicker. Change from the close. You want to see 100%. Let's see what we get. Is there anything on there? We got 2 stocks, and you probably know what they are already. SMFL, bleeding through the 10 SMA right there, up 100%. I'd be wary about trusting that. There's our friend Mullen on this list, moving back towards highs. And there's one more, MISA. So to me, this one right here failed. There's our signal candle failing the 10 SMA. But Mitsu, this will get you what you want. Did you see how easy it was? I mean, I shouldn't even have to, not that I don't want to, but it's so easy. Let me walk you through it. Anybody else that wants to. New. Top list window. Takes you right there. Adjust your price, $2 to $20. Take out that default and put in volume today, 100,000, and change from the close is 100% minimum. And that's it. That's as simple as it gets. Now it will update every 30 seconds. So if you make that scan, you'll find out that every 30 seconds, something might pop up there that you haven't seen yet or drop off that you've already seen. So that's how easy it is to make that. Good question. That's why we do this here, Mitsu. That's why we come here and use the 12 o'clock hour for live demonstration to see what's going on. I'm also in some MindMed. I mentioned a couple of core holdings I'm not selling. This is an anti-pharmaceutical company. They work with basically therapeutics and psychedelics. So I think as more and more people start to distrust big pharma, they actually had some news. They had a phase two clinical results showing extremely positive anxiety issues. So does the chart confirm the story? Well, for now, the chart is telling me we're still above the news point and we're just sideways coiling. I expect that. I'm going to sit in the stock as a position investment hold. Yes, Mullen jumped today. A couple of reasons. They had news. They made delivery on their promise to create a product and deliver it. But they also had, I believe, a 10-for-1 reverse split, which kind of diluted. I can't remember. But yes, there was news. So what I'm doing is I'm coming along here and saying, okay, let's play maybe a sympathy short squeeze, Fisker. I was thinking about it right here. Didn't do anything. I put a price alert in. The price alert triggered, and I thought, oh, maybe I was too soon in thinking that the giant short float in this other car maker might be looking at Mullen making deliveries and all the buying going on over there. And if I was short this thing, you're probably in the money. But you're only going to make the money when you book the trade. And to book the trade, you've got to close the short. And if that turns into a short squeeze, I want to be in this one. That is my thinking. Had a reverse split. Yeah, they also had delivery, it looks like, on some stuff. Is the 30-second update? Well, Michael, the 30-second update only works for the top list. The alert windows, as you see here, these are real time. So you can always convert a top list by giving it an event saying new high, new low, new 5-minute high, new 5-minute low, etc. By giving it that event, it'll update instantaneously. It's just the way the top lists, they're nothing but filter sets, and so things shuffle around, things move up and down. It's kind of more of an auto sort, but every symbol has like a 30-second window before it updates and refreshes. If you want and need real time, then you switch to an alert window and you use an event like a new high or a volume spike or something. Timothy McNally, I assume you meant MindMed because you went on to talk about oh, I'm sorry, Michael. I was talking about, yeah, the next legal drug. Yeah, without a doubt, Michael, a lot of people, anecdotal evidence talks about microdosing instead of taking big pharma for that kind of stuff. Okay, Michael, is there a way to scan for imbalances? You know, if you've been around, we've had some discussion on how, our data provider, I should say, is upstream from us, and we are totally reliant on that data provider to give us the overnight adjustments on reverse splits and things like that. And sometimes they don't always happen the way we want them to. And so it's really tough, I think, to try and scan for reverse splits because we might miss some. It's also hard to scan for imbalances, but that brings up a good question. So let's say you go, this is where it all starts. You're going to say, okay, Trade Ideas, do you have fill in the blank? Go here, config window, and do it on an alert window, I would imagine, because we have more items in there. And the keyword search term will tell us if we have something. Somebody asked if I have something to do with spread. You type in spread, look at that, we do. We've got a spread event and we have a spread filter. But in this case, your keyword is imbalance. And as I type imbalance, well, look at this. We have something called New York Stock Exchange buy imbalance and sell imbalance. But it looks like it's expressed in terms of percent of daily volume. So you'd add that alert and then you'd say, however this is calculating percent of daily volume. If the end of day New York buy imbalance is more than 10% of the average daily volume, this is an event that you could create for yourself. It will only pop up at the end of the day if the event, as it's broadcasted by the floor, meets that criteria. So you could experiment with that and go back in history and kind of see what level, 5%, 3%, 10%, does it take to trigger that type of event. Great, Michael, no problem. This is why you're here. This is why I'm here, because this is an extremely powerful program with many layers to it. And there's a lot of people that like to do things different ways, and there's no one right way to do it. And so when you come in here and you give me some details, we can look around and find some workarounds and some pathways to get to what you're looking for. All right, Timothy. Okay, you got that imbalance. Good. Just out of curiosity, let's check on. Wow, this girl's pulling away with it. Laura, she's doing something right. We've got somebody from Telecast, Tradecast, Deckmars Group in there. Another person from Tradecaster, Deckmars Group. So it's been kind of fun to watch, but I don't think they're going to catch Laura, whatever she's doing. Now, remind you, we will interview Laura and we'll ask her, what were you doing? Find out what the secret was on that. Something's working for me. Must be beat. So Mr. Talk My Book on CNBC sure helped. Sure helped my P&L today. Kind of what I was waiting for. The clinical trial. That was MindMed. I'm not going to confuse that. Okay, where are we? Blackberries at Lowe's. Let's take a look. Yes, it is. Here's where I like to short these types of plays. It's coming off of earnings, obviously. Okay, great. Here's where I like to short these kind of plays right there. I don't like to wait for this break right here to short, because what happens is you know, you want to be contrarian, whether you're buying dips or fading rips. Waiting for a new low to break down and then establishing a brand new fresh short position oftentimes can get you bounced out pretty quickly. So when you become the trader that waits for the little up move, the little resistance or the relief bounce, I'm trying to say, and you lean on that moving average right there short, that's how I like to enter shorts. This is in play, of course. We've got earnings, and so there's momentum behind it, 6 times relative volume. But this is why I call the 10 SMA the momentum line, because when you have volume and momentum and movement, this ideally should hold. And that's the line you want to lean on, whether you're long or short. In my book, on a 15-minute chart, that's how I do it. Yeah, Michael, it helps to be able to kick around ideas and be in a group of people for sure. Left to trading on your own, it's all trial and error and mostly pain and learning from pain and touching hot stoves. But yeah, if you've got a group of people you can kick ideas off of, and it certainly helps shorten your learning curve and saves you money sometimes. On swing trades, do I set my stops at ATR? Tim, a couple thoughts on my swing trades. I like to manage them and cut them at the end of the day. I also will not ever, ever, ever put in a good till canceled market stop, get me out at this price level in the first 30 minutes of the day. Why? Because everybody else is doing that. They're coming home and they're going into BBB right here, and they're saying, okay, um, you know, if the price goes down below this level here, this is the obvious level. I've got to go to my job today, but I can't watch the market. If the price goes below this level, I want to get out. And since I can't watch it, I've got to put in a good till canceled market stop order below this price that everybody else and their mother sees. And what do you think Robinhood and Schwab and everybody does with that? They sell it to Citadel. That's why he owns 15 different mansions and pretty much half the art in the world. Citadel. You got to love Citadel, the Matrix. So I choose to not give my hard earned information to be sold out to Citadel, only for them to roll the bowling ball down and wipe everybody out and reverse it in the first 30 minutes. Whether you understand what I'm saying or disagree what I'm saying, that's my philosophy on how the current market works. It is a giant chessboard of algorithms and machines. And overnight, pent up demand and pent up areas of interest begin to coagulate and hang out. And I refuse to be one of those bowling pins that gets knocked over in the morning. So, to answer your question, I don't use hard stops. I will use a price alert, just like I did to enter Fisker, right? I didn't say get me in on a buy stop. I said, hey, just let me know if the price trades back above this line. Then I will decide what to do in real time. So, that being said, I don't like to exit a swing trade midday, because I want to see how the candle is going to close at the end of the day, because that's the candle that everybody who has a job goes home and looks at tonight with their beer and their coffee or whatever, and decides where their stop losses are going to go for tomorrow. So I try not to get shaken out of my swing trades midday. If I've got like 8 or 10 positions, you can bet the last 10 minutes of the day I'm not doing anything else but going through each one of those, and I'm looking to see how the likely closing candle is looking to be shaped up. And if that closing price is under a key moving average, like the 10 or the 20 SMA that I don't want to lose, I'm going to sell on the close. I'm going to weed my garden. My swing trading portfolio gets weeded at the close every day. So that's my thought on stop market stop loss orders. Don't give them, don't show them your cards. I mean, he's the richest, one of the richest man around for a reason. Every single day, he shows up to the casino and sees everybody's cards. I don't know how else to put it. Not that we have to like it, we just have to understand it. So therefore, let's expand on that. A lot of times I'll see a stock that I might have been watching and I'll go, whoa, look at them wash that thing down 3% on the open. And then on the daily chart, oh, look at that. They just ran the stops on everybody. Well, you know what? Now I might be interested. What am I saying here? I'm saying I'm flipping my mind to start to think like a bot. Oh, look, those poor people just got stopped out of a good looking chart. Maybe I'll take this as an opportunity to get in. I like to do like 10 minutes, 15 minutes prior. I like to see Tim what that last 15-minute candle and that last daily candle is looking like in the last 15 minutes. And if it looks to me, like a lot of times I'll be sending orders in the last 5 minutes. I'm like, yeah, this candle has no chance of getting back above that pivot level or getting back above that support or that moving average. And I do the same thing when I'm trading intraday. You guys have seen me use the word signal candle. Whoops. I accidentally just, hang on a second. Screwed up my live YouTube feed. There we go. So what I'm trying to get at is whether it's my 15-minute candle signaling the end of momentum. Some of you guys know what I'm talking about. Or whether it's that daily candle closing over and rolling down over the 10 SMA and looking tired on the daily. That is my signal candle. It's the earliest warning I can possibly give myself and feel comfortable with a decision that I'm making. But I can't do that till the end of the day. So that's why I wait till the end of the day on my portfolio. All right. So I don't worry. I don't concern myself with ATR. Tim, I do concern myself with, what am I risking to make? Am I risking 1 to make 2? Am I risking 1 to make 3? It's all risk reward. Yes, pain teaches us. You are correct, Marius. All my pre-post market trades on Fidelity go to Citadel. Oh, of course they do. Every single trade you make goes to Citadel. And that is why you see all of these horrible, horrible stop loss hunts on the open, because people just feed the entity. Good. I'm glad, Javier. I'm glad you're learning a lot. We're here every day, and there's a different trader here every day. And my focus is swing trading tomorrow. Andy's focus is swing trading. On Tuesday, Michael, he's more of the algorithmic trader, more of the back tester. Okay, I'm going to need to be a swing trader and learn as well. New to TI, do you recommend any training to make best use of TI? I would use the price alerts often. I would use, without a doubt, the simulating trader. This is why we're having these contests, to get people to come in here and start practice trading. Look at the market, pretend you see something, act on it on the simulator. And guess what? If you're wrong, it doesn't cost you anything, but you might have learned something free. That's going to be the number 1 5-star answer. Whether you're scalping, day trading, investing, swing trading, momentum trading, practice it on here. One of the things we learned from the person who won the last challenge was, he said, hey, it's like I came in with no fear. And so there's all these things I've always kind of wanted to try in the past, but I was too scared to do it with real money. And so with the simulator, you can come in and try things. And to his surprise, the things he was trying was working. And what does that do? It just gives you confidence to maybe turn around and start doing it with your live account. So that is really the most powerful training aid. Also, let them show up, like I said, to these daily 12 Eastern live support sessions. You get access to, I've been doing this 25 years, so has Andy. So between myself and Andy tomorrow, that's 50 years of traders experience. They say it's 10,000 hours to become an expert at something. I've probably got 50,000 hours looking at charts. So I can pull up a chart and within half a second, the information is just overloading. But you can't get there overnight. So it's practice, practice, practice. Show up, learn what other traders talk about, find out what works best for you and your time frame, your risk tolerance. Maybe you're a caretaker for somebody and you can't watch the market every 5 minutes. Well, you can't trade like Barry then. You're going to have to trade more like me or Andy and just kind of, put price alerts in. Hey, if this thing drops below, I was watching Hive earlier, but I didn't trade it. Why didn't I trade it? Well, because it's had a big move. I don't want to just keep jumping in things that have already had a big move, even though they're consolidating. So give me a second, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, let's see. Okay, all right, Erica, this question may be too vague. Any tips on how not to get overwhelmed with trade alerts? You don't want to have too many. There's obviously, you get to a point where you just start chasing your tail and chasing every blinking light you have. And so you do want to focus it down. One of the things I do is I kind of have my own little wheelhouse of stocks over here. This is there we go. This is kind of my watch list. And this is easily built and modified by just clicking on the heart symbol in every chart that you're looking at. So I can always just kind of keep an eye on the stocks that I like. Personally, I'm not somebody who just sits and waits for something to pop at me from a scan because I kind of know what I want to do, but that doesn't mean that's the same for everybody. When you are creating scans or creating back tests, one of the things you want to do is give you quality over quantity. It sounds like you're getting overwhelmed with quantity. There's just too many things coming at you at once. So some of the things you can do to combat that is change volume filters. do whatever you can to tweak the filters to give you less. One of the greatest things you can do is, and we have time to demonstrate it here. Okay, it looks like there's just one question behind you. So let's say I wanted to take this particular scan. I want to back test this, and I want to back test this. I'm going to just start it there, and I'm going to say I want this to be a 90-minute trade, and we're going to do what I told you. We're going to risk 1 to make 3%. We'll do it the last 30 days. This is a buy because it's a pullback. Okay, so what I'm getting at here is how to slow things down. When I run this back test, we're going to get just an unbelievable amount of trades. And this would be like in real life, them coming at you just one after another. 2,072 trades. We can't work with that. So what I'm going to show you here is a way in which you can do what's called optimization. Optimization is let's cut down the quantity and start finding where the quality of these trades are. So the first thing we do is we optimize tab. I'll just do, I don't know, $20 price levels. I don't think there's much to be had in terms of the price. Not really. But when we go to the time of day, this is where we start to see interesting things. Okay, time of day. Look at that. Here's that first 30, 40 minutes, first hour of the day. This scan is not working, but all of a sudden, Pacific time, 10:40 to 10:49 Pacific, all the way into 8, so about 10:40 to 11:20 Eastern, this block right here, that's where all the money is working. So you can see right off the bat how easy it is to just cut out this noise and say, all right, well, let's just run this thing again from 750 and cut it off at 820. So it's a very small window that the data is showing us is the actual best time of day to do that. Now we've got some green. Now we've got 172 trades, much less. And we can take optimization to the next level. And we can go in here and use other filters and say, what about the distance from VWAP? Distance from VWAP. What does that look like? And we'll do that in 2% or maybe 1%. And that tells us, okay, look, this is where the majority of trades are happening down here. And that's not bad. So maybe we make our VWAP filter -5 minimum all the way up to 0.1 or 1.0. And that'll cut out even more trades and give us more. So that's the optimization tool. And that is directed towards Erica. When you become overwhelmed, you just want to try and figure out how to get less. Less is more. Something's working for me. Beat, huh? So my CNBC savior is going to help me out today. And this Fisker is not doing anything yet. We'll just keep an eye on that. I do like the way it's kind of hanging out there. So now I'm going to move my price alert up. And maybe if my price alert gets taken out and Fisker moves higher, maybe I add to the trade. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so Erica, I hope that helped. Benji, I'm in SMFL. I have to leave computer. So set sell to mid price rather than sit here to see if it might go near high a day. Is that telling them too much if I'm willing to sell? I've been known, Benji, to use stops midday. I think the whole thing I was talking about with stops occur mostly on the first 30 minutes because you've got all that overnight pent-up demand. What I would do on something like this is I would say, okay, well, it's still holding its 10 SMA. It's grinding higher. I'd look at the low of that candle, the low of that candle, and I'd say, 257, maybe give it a couple more, maybe 255. If I had to walk away from this, 254, 253, setting a price alert doesn't help if I have to walk away from it. So I can't control what I have to do if I have to go to the doctor. On this, I'd say, hey, I'll just go ahead and I'll put in a midday stop loss because I can't watch it. So If I am here, I'm going to watch it. If I am here, I'll use a price alert. But if I have to turn my back, I'm not going to put it too close. Hopefully that helped. Somebody was mentioning Myrna. Moderna pulling back and sitting right on the 10 SMA, looking at the daily, it's kind of breaking out. I mean, if somebody wanted to try and play this pullback, you could. As the day goes on, I start to not want to trust those pullbacks as much. Because people start taking profits. That's my whole day and a half theory. Okay.
Hey, Steve,
Hello.
I got to pop in, okay, if you don't mind,
I
because I
don't never
heard,
mind.
I saw the question from Benji. My 2 cents is that I would never walk away from that
Yeah,
stock with 732,000 in the float. You might put a stop in that you could get blown right through that stop.
I
That's the
didn't see
type of
that.
stop. Yeah, I would never. I would get out of if I had to walk away. I would just get out of it. I
Mm.
couldn't. I wouldn't take the chance. That's my 2 cents. Not what that float, but
Yeah,
again,
I
that's
didn't see
my
that.
2 cents.
That's a great point, and it goes with what people are telling us here. They're showing up and they're getting valuable information. What Barry is basically saying is, you put your stop in there. Guess what? Your fill is going to be down here. So you can't expect your stop to actually line up with the dollar amount that you want to risk when you've only got 732 in the float. You've always got to be aware, and this is why you want to keep this window up and loaded. You always want to be aware of what's the volume, what's the average volume, what's the float, are there shorts? This current, these are very strong metrics here only because the stock is now on fire. But during the day, if I'm in something that's a normal stock, let's go to Fisker. What I want to see in Fisker is I want to see this volume 5-minute start to light up to 200-300%. That'll tell me that in the short term 5-minute volume starting to heat up again. This is a data point that you can put on your single stock window. Do they make money? Do they have any cash? There's so many things you can put on here, and you can custom tailor it however you want. But you've got to get in the habit of pulling something up, looking over here, and getting your data points squared. Is there a short flow? Yeah, that's why I'm in this. So good point, Barry. You're not going to get the fill that you expect to get on a low float stock if you're using a hard stop loss. And I missed that. So thanks for jumping in and qualifying that. I was considering reloading and shot, but I don't like the way that it can't get back above its 2 moving averages that I use. The 130, which is a 5-day moving average, and this 10 SMA, it's now back under pressure again. So it might need one more day to come back down here and test 4. With that said, what will I do? I will move this down to 4 and see if they can test that. Likely what they'll do is, there's the low of today. When I say they, I mean the programming key inputs of the algorithms. They like to go down and test the resolve of everybody who bought. And they said, okay, 405 is my low. That's my out. Oh yeah, well, guess what? We're going to test you. So I'll put a price alert in there at 403. And if that goes off, I may revisit an entry in shot. But I got my shot. I got my day and a half. That's all I wanted. Now, as I look at this beat, I pretty much am saying, great, this is wonderful news. I needed this. But this is probably where it's headed. This 200-day moving average. Look at how the 50-day moving average had everything in the world to say about these bounces and beat. Well, the 200-day moving average, in my opinion, is also going to have something to say about it. Okay, let's catch up on questions here. How do I set up 10-day moving average alerts? Let me show you right here. This one that I just back tested actually uses a 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So to illustrate how you would use the 10 SMA as a filter, you go, you pull up the 10 SMA. Notice I'm using my 15-minute. Now, let's back up a minute. I'm saying, show me a new 15-minute low. It's just a 15-minute low during the day, but I want to know where that 15-minute low is. I want to know when it hits my 15-minute momentum line, the thing I've been talking about here. So let's go ahead and just quickly kind of take a look here. You can see visually what I programmed it to do. Pulled back, touches the 10. Up on the day, pulls back, touches the 10. TSLT. Pulls back, touches the 10. Not really what I'm looking for. Let's see, Kodak. Pulls back, touches the 10. So the key here is we're using my 15-minute 10 SMA to alert me when there's been a intraday pullback that touches the 10. And the way in which that's configured, to answer your question, is we use the event, like a 15-minute, okay, high or low, but we envelope the filters. So we do a real tight envelope. There's a 1/4% above and a 1/4% below. So I've given myself a 1/2 point wiggle, if you will, around the 10 SMA. Surely I could tighten that up. I could make it a 1/10% high and a -1/10% low minimum and give myself a much tighter envelope. But that's the way in which you use our filters, whether it's 15-minute or daily, Mytham, to find out when you see. Use that envelope, just a tad below negative value and just a tad above max value, and you'll see those alerts only when they're hanging out at that moving average. All right, looks like we're caught up. Good news. What I want to see is my play today is it's not happening. It's just dying on the vine here. This quick little green spike got me excited to maybe think that FSR was going to follow in sympathy with Mullen in short squeeze. If Mullen goes back to highs, maybe that'll help. But for now, my FSR is not doing what I expected it to do. So I zoom in and I say, okay, here's my 10 SMA. It's just sitting on it. It had its nice push, hasn't given all of it back, but it's just sitting nice and tidy on my 10 SMA. So I'm watching that for the moment. I'd like to see that. We'll see if I get it. The beat goes on. It's continuing. That helps. The guy on CNBC must have had some real clout because he got this thing moving for me. Luca, do you ever look at time frames below 1 minute, I believe, or 15 minutes? Occasionally I'll look at a 5-minute, but below, no. I'm more likely to look at a weekly. I just like that 15-minute. It just gives me the time frame that I'm looking at. Now, when I first started trading in the 90s, it was 5-minute. I was day trading. I was scalping. I was buying 4 1/4 and selling 4.75 fractions, and it was different back then. Does any of that have to do with staring at charts slightly less? Yeah, it kind of complements what I was saying earlier, Luca. You've got to find out what complements you and your personality and your risk tolerance. Like I said, if you're a caregiver, do you have the opportunity to sit in front of the screen and watch every tick? No, you might have to go, care for your loved one. But I can come back and look at the 15-minute and say, okay, we're still above this moving average, a little bit of noise, but this zoomed out frame it works for me. I don't necessarily have to do with staring at charts any more or less. I'm still staring at charts just as much. I just don't want to get over analysis paralysis. I don't want to get too many time frames. I don't want to get too many indicators. Why did I set this SMFL? Okay, this was my example earlier. So if this triggers, this is a very low float stock that could, it didn't follow through. It popped right back up. But nonetheless, you see in action how I can turn my back on something after I've set a price alert and then not worry about it and then just wait for it to pop up and see what's going on. Beat is certainly helping. So again, I fully expect, again, this is not a trade for me. This is an investment. I believe in this company. I expect, whether it happens today or tomorrow, I expect the sellers to jump in here pretty hard at the 200-day. Let's see, CYTK. Big day. So this would be day one to me almost. This would be the kind of thing where if I had noticed it down here, I mean, this is the kind of stuff I do look for, right? Nice consolidation, nice bear flag. What was this? This was the fake out stop hunt run before the real move. I hate it, but it happens. So if I'd have seen this, I'd be like, I'm not selling. This is day one. I'm staying in this thing till the close. And then day two, which should be tomorrow, I'd start becoming a seller after the first hour and fading out, because that to me is my favorite momentum time frame. It's like a wave that I know I can count on to make a couple of turns. Account building scalping is the way to go for me. Yep. Whatever works for you. Singles. Tony Gwynn made a living hitting singles in baseball. Mark McGwire made a living hitting home runs. Barry Bonds, whatever. Many different ways to do it. Okay, CYTK. So they kind of, that's interesting. Huh? They might be in sympathy with beat. Cardiac, keyword cardiac. Okay, and then we go to beat. And profile, I happen to know this is a technology hardware. They keep getting patents that allows the 12-point electrocardiogram to be sent from your home on a credit card size through your phone, through your Wi-Fi to the doctor. Don't need to drive to the doctor and have them hook you up. So there's a story there, but does the chart confirm the story? Up until today, it didn't, but all of a sudden, it's on the radar now. Sometimes it's better to be early than not at all. Whatever happened to the Trump stock? I think you mean DWAC, Digital World Acquisition. I looked at it 2 days ago. It didn't look bad, but now it's bleeding again. So here's a perfect example. Let's say I was long DWAC and I was taking it into the close. And I noticed yesterday that red candle is now closing below prior support, the 10 and the 20. These 2 days held, but yesterday didn't hold. That's the kind of day, at the end of the day, I would say, you know what? I'm not doing it. This daily candle is bleeding below, and it's now going to close, speaking yesterday, below my key moving averages. I'm going to cut this from my portfolio. That's a great example right there of what I would have done had I been in that, because I would have expected the prices to continue to close above there. You know, for whatever reason, I don't know, but I just rely on the chart to tell me the real story. Whatever you think the story is might be different. Well, Marius, Beat is getting patents on new technology, so I don't know what to say. 12-point echocardiograms from home. I don't think that's been done yet. Any other questions on the platform before I have to run? Think of me if you see FSR running by the end of the day. Know that
I'll
I
think of
might have
you all the
added.
time.
Thank
I
you.
think of you all the time.
Know that I might have added right there.
Oop. Steve, can you not hear me?
Yes. Yeah, I
Yes.
can hear you. You can't hear
Oh,
me.
okay. All right. All right. It's interesting you're talking about a 15-minute time frame. And here I am as just a intraday trader, and that's my time frame too.
Well, there's
So even
nothing
though
wrong with
you
that.
are way
Yeah,
more of a swing trader, but yeah,
right.
I like the 15-minute and nothing less.
You're much more on top of price levels, I think, than I am, though, in
Oh,
terms of,
probably because I'm
yeah,
staring at it, yeah, all day long.
yeah.
So I'll let you go, my friend.
All right. Thank you.
Have a
I'll see
have a
you.
great holiday, Christmas, Merry Christmas, etc. And I
Thank you.
guess
You
we'll see you
too.
next week.
Yes, I will see
Okay.
you. Thanks. Bye.
Okay. Bye. All right, guys. I'm back in the room. Both rooms, back in both rooms. Let me get my music going. So, guys, you might have seen in the simulator, I decided just for fun to short 1,000 shares of MULN. And I think the price was at 1605. I covered at 1541. So, up made 634. This is in the simulator. I just thought, what the heck? I almost said a bad word. What the heck? Why not just do something for fun here? And now it's continuing to move down. So, the thing about this MULN, if you could have timed it, it's just very difficult because even here, I bet you there were a lot of people right down here thinking, okay, 14 is good. And look what it did. It popped right back up to 1762 and then it fell again. But anyway, no, I can't say it, Timothy. I think in the over 8 years I've been doing this, I don't think I've said a bad word, which is, we're traders and every now and then something could escape. But now I'm watching the TGI, guys. I am watching the TGI. Last time I looked, okay, well, actually, the last time I looked, it was just sort of basing at that 1620 level. I do have a price alert set around 1626. This did show up here. I won't take it unless it gets up into the high 1620s. And again, the main reason is because of that. Can't even see it on the weekly chart. But the next high, you have to look at the monthly chart to look at the next daily high, and it's way up here, 1686, and that happened in the month of let's see, that's August of last year. August of last year. That's the last time that is a daily high also. So it happens to be a monthly high, but it's also a daily high. So that's the next high looking left. Now, does it mean it's going to, move from here and get up to close to 1686? Of course not. But now, Michael, um, are you talking? Yeah, I think it's going to be awfully hard. You're up against some pretty major firms to try to take profit like a 4 cent profit with a 1 cent stop. I'm not saying it's impossible, but with slippage and all that, I think it'd be very, very, very difficult. Okay, I think I'm just reading your question now. So now, guys, now Erica, you asked a question. If it's the same Erica, you were in YouTube and saying, you're getting overwhelmed by alerts. That's why I'm suggesting, you know, I only had 4 alerts today on this. I'm not, and to try to find out a way to trade these, without having to. I mean, I've said this before, sure. When people see my screen, they're seeing all these tickers. Now, a lot of them are duplicates, okay? But they're seeing all these tickers come by, wondering, well, how am I supposed to pick the right one? Well, that's why I, even me personally, I'm just concentrating on these guys right here. Okay, right here. And sometimes you only get two or three a day. So that might be a way for you to start to, zero in. And these are, if you want to intraday trade, I mean, these are trading abnormally. So, and whoa, there's the Irene. Now, do I want to get back in it? No, you cannot put a top. It would really make no sense, Jamie, because the top list gets updated what every 30 seconds or seconds. So you'd go crazy. The bottom line is no, you cannot put because it's not really an event. We can only put a sound alert on what we call an event. So you create your filters and then your event, your new high of the day, new low of the day, 30-minute high, 40-minute high, whatever that number is, whatever real-time alert you use, that would be the event. So to have, something in a top list just absolutely probably would not make sense. All right, guys, Irene. It's not at the high yet. All right, guys, I am now interested in TGI. Give me a moment. Okay. Well, as long as it didn't completely destroy your account, you obviously didn't completely destroy it, or you funded it, so you're still here, Michael. Guys, I mean this TGI. Now the only issue is look at the volume. The volume is still kind of non-existent. Look at that volume bar right there on the 15-minute. I'd like to see something that it's not the absolute volume I'm looking for, but just something in relation to the previous bars that looks a little more outstanding. Ugh, I'm sorry to hear that, Michael. So if I kept in that short of Mull, I'd be up another $1,500. This is in the simulator. This distance from the exit price tells me, okay, where is it from the exit price? And it's $1.54, $1.50 below the exit price. Remember, this is a short. So exited at 1541. It's now 1384, which is $1.54 below. Okay, Irene just made the new high of the day. IREN just made the new high of the day. But the TGI guys, I just need some like a volume pop. or something to get me interested. I mean, the volume is good. Overall volume is good, but I'm looking for a volume pop here, a little momentum pop to take it through this level. I'm not seeing it yet. Yeah, you're not allowed to talk about CYTK, okay? You cannot talk about that. Otherwise, I'm going to ban you, Danko, okay? And I'm kidding, of course. I'm just ticked off that I missed my alert to get back in it. And by the way, my focus is not on Hook anymore. It's just not. Maybe tomorrow, I'll have my price alert. It'll carry over to tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow, but for whatever reason, there's just not the enthusiasm based on that. I mean, it's still up 68%. Yes, still up 68%. But with that news, it must be the float, 74 million. It's just too much for it to really keep moving, because that was an eye-catching press release they had this morning. You can put it on your ignore list. You can create a symbol list and add that one and just select. I know you're kidding, but select ignore this list. Somebody has made a bundle on that MULN short, guys. I mean, and continuing probably. William, were you able to short this one? Did you have shorts available, MULN, at E-Trade or Fidelity? Really? Yeah, because they're like 2.6 million at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, we actually do. I mean, you probably don't know, Michael, but we actually do have something like that. So if you right click on an alert window or a top list window, click on symbol list. This is a drop down. Okay. The default is, of course, all symbols, but here you have exclude the following lists. Okay. So you could create a list of stocks that you hate and never ever want to see the rest of your life, and you'd have to create the list and then put those stocks in it, and then move it over to this column here, and then you would just check it and then exclude the following lists of stocks you never ever want to see for the rest of your life. All right, guys, I'm going to do a video now. 109. So it should be back about 119 or so. Oops. Oh, come on. Okay, guys, so I'm shorting myself now. Shorting myself. I'm not going to short myself. Muting myself in both rooms. Okay, guys, give me a moment. Trying to get rid of my, okay. Give me a moment. I'm going to have to end that task. Hmm. There we go. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, guys. So let's see. So again, the fact that I'm looking at this TGI hoping it breaks out doesn't mean it's going to. So am I, no, I'm not a low flow trader. It just happens though that most of the things that you're going to see that are momentum happen to be. I don't put a filter on to make sure it's a low float. Look at IREN, 50 million shares in the float, certainly not a low float. So I don't put any filter on to make sure it's a low float. But many times, of course, they're going to be low because how does a stock move a big percentage? Unless it typically is kind of low. But I don't put any filters in place that make sure that it's only low float. No. Okay, guys. Let's see. Okay, guys, just give me one moment. I'm just going to mute myself. Just trying to follow an internal discussion. Okay. I'm going to mute myself. Okay, guys, I'm back. Ooh, look at the TGI, guys. Again, the TGI is just sort of hanging around that, for me anyway, a very interesting level. So it's just a little bit above the alert price of 16.20. Okay, great. I thought actually Nike had announced, but I guess not. Okay, so William will keep the room open till 4:15 today. Wow, a little bonus 15 minutes extra after 4 o'clock. And what he's saying is, I typically take off at around 3. I'll always stay later if there's some questions, but I usually take off right around 3. But William will keep the main room open, he says, until 4:15 today. So Poe on the IREN, Irene. Let's see, where is that VWAP? Yeah, you can't wait for that. Well, 696.95. I mean, there's the VWAP, say 7. I guess it could pull back to 7. I mean, it did, didn't it? Actually, look at that. It pulled back to the VWAP, and that's where it stopped and ran from there, as an example. Now, can that do it again? That's the issue. How many times can a stock pull back to a certain level and then keep and then run after? I mean, obviously, it could keep happening, but may not happen again if you're waiting for another pullback. There's the 10 SMA and 8 EMA, almost looking like they're intersecting around 727 or so. You might want to wait for that. Okay, let me take a look at this PX. It's funny. I'm just so conditioned to not looking at anything other than that this scan here. But there was a time in which I would love these in the option activity to take a look at something and short it, even though it's not in that scan. It's not that the scan prevents it. It's just that there's been no alerts. There is a moving lower, but there has been nothing that has satisfied all the conditions. And I don't think in your no, not in your RV6, not in your RV6 either, Pepe. So nothing on the short side. 10-minute halt, okay, on lottery LTRY. You're right, 121.02, so maybe 131.02 it'll open. Now, how many in the float? 2.3 million in the float, so another low floater. There's the halt, 293. Potential open, at 3. Somebody say Frog had an update or an upgrade, sorry. Yeah, Morgan Stanley raises target to 42. Okay, well, still got room from 32 to 42 for this one, Frog, J Frog. Well, Frog the symbol. Look what it's doing. It's coming right into the next daily high right as we speak, which is it's right on it. Looks like that's about 34.89 actually. Be nice if we had a way in which we could actually see it. Oh, I know. I'll just make a suggestion so that when you get to the line, you can actually see what that price is. Not unlike. Oh, why did I think that the price alert popped up somehow? I guess it not popped up, but well, I guess it's too much to ask. It's probably too much to ask from our development. They got enough going on. Anybody ring a bell? Starting with a P, ending in an E. Okay, LTRY just opened, guys, and that's a nice open for it. If you were long this one, that's a nice open for you. Really nice open for you. We've had a lot of stocks today do this sort of thing. A lot of stocks. We had the Moan. We had obviously this one. We had MSAI early, and there was another one, wasn't there? According to Peter in our YouTube room saying, according to his info, MULN is going to go through another reverse stock split. This reverse stock split. Well, it's happened today. It did happen today, Peter. So it's not another. I mean, it did literally happen today. So this is the result of that stock split. If we saw this price yesterday, it'd be a 14-cent stock. But with a 1 for 100 reverse split, it's $14 stock. But again, then that float is not 339 million anymore. It's more like 3.3 million to 4 million. And attack. Thank you, John. Yes, that was the other one, ATAK. So we're kind of a little bit in silly season for some of these. All right, guys, let's see, where is this going to end up? Or where could it go before it hits some resistance? So on this monthly chart, let's get back up to a weekly chart. Halted again, of course. So on this weekly chart for LTRY, the next high is 418. Look at this. So the potential open is 412. Potential open. There's the halt at 376. There's the potential open, or yeah, open. And again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. I know I have to repeat myself every time because I get people email me and said, "Where is that blue screen in Trade Ideas?" Well, this is Interactive Brokers, okay? Time and sales, Interactive Brokers. And if you don't have IB, your broker should have something equivalent. So that's just telling me the halt price, 376, and this gives me a potential of where it may open. So if you're in this one right now, the number you want to see that number greater than 376. And so far, so good. Doesn't mean it's going to open here. But what you don't want, what you wouldn't want to see is like 3. If you're in this one now, you wouldn't want to see like potential opening at 3. And last time it was a 10-minute halt, so let's see how long it's going to be this time. Probably got halted at what, one? I don't have the halt here. So what is it, 131 and 30 like 131, 30 seconds or so? Usually, for some reason, I don't get the halt if it gets halted within about 30 seconds of a resumption for some reason. Though William, who obviously pays more money than I do for the program, he gets it. Really? It was at 13:33, so 1:33? That's interesting. I mean, that's over 2 minutes later. I wonder why I didn't get it. Yeah, so, that makes more sense, 1:31:25. I don't so Jeffro William is saying was at 1:31 and 25 seconds. There you go. So that makes sense. So it seems that if a stock gets halted within about 30 seconds of a resumption, I don't get an alert, and it's gotta be the server I'm on. And look at this, 438 and increasing. So again, this is obviously going to be more than a 5-minute halt. So the last time it was 10 minutes. So it looks like it's going to be 10 minutes at least again. Well, actually, yeah, no, it looks like it's going to be another 10-minute halt. Well, I don't know what to say, Jeffro. Seems like it got halted almost immediately after it opened. So, and it resumed at 1:31:02. It seemed like it got halted almost immediately after it opened. 2 minutes would be pretty late. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'm just going to fill up some water here. There we go. That must make it official then. If Shady says it's 131.25 and two others say the same thing, so that seems pretty official to me. Now Dune is halted for news. This is a news halt now for Dune, Dune. This is a news halt. So guys, listen, I'm just kind of patiently waiting to see if TGI can really rip through that 1630 mark. And if the IREN can kind of rip through that 750 mark, that's all I'm kind of looking at right now. I have an alert set for hook. Maybe it'll happen tomorrow at around 115. It's at 96 cents right now. To see if that news can help propel it again tomorrow. Yeah, so it's more than 10 minutes. Oh, it just opened. Literally just opened, guys. Just opened. And this could get halted immediately if this doesn't change very much. If that doesn't change very much, that bid ask, on a high flying stock like this, to have a 1 cent spread is almost impossible. There it is. There's your halt. And look at the potential open now. But you see, wow. So was there news on this one at all? Announces an $18 million commitment from Prosperity Investment Management. Okay. So that was the news. And that looks like that hit about 1 o'clock. Does that make sense? Yeah, that hit at 1 o'clock. That news. Well, if you have, okay, should your broker tell you, I can't speak for other brokers. Okay, I can only speak, of course, for Interactive Brokers. The minute I see this big red there, I know it's halted. Okay, number one. Number two, if you're using our charts, you can see that it's halted. Okay. And then you're right. Number three, on a high flying stock, something that is super active, and all of a sudden you see it's not even changing. That's probably also a clue. So even if you don't have our charts or you don't have IB, Interactive Brokers, and for whatever reason your broker is not listing it as a halt, yeah, then if you see a high flying stock and all of a sudden it's just not moving anymore, that's probably a good clue that it's halted. I know I've asked this question before of William, but E-Trade and Fidelity and others, do they not have something, I don't know, similar to this? I mean, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Do they not have something similar? And the reason why had somewhat predicted the halt is because when I was looking at the time and sales and I saw, what was it, what was it? The bid was 517 and the ask was 518 on a stock like this. There's almost impossible that there'd only be a 1 cent spread, with that low float and something that's moving so dramatically. So the minute that sort of got stuck at 517, 518, that's why I said, boy, I think this is going to get halted again. And that's what happened. It's not all the time, but okay. But what about in E-Trade or Fidelity? Would it be something like this? Somehow, some color red or purple or something that would show you that it is halted? Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. So every broker has a way. So whoever your broker is, it's just a matter of finding the option within. I mean, I love the time and sales because I'm always just looking at, it's not for the halts. I'm just looking. I want to see how quickly a stock is trading. Number one, and I want to see, of course, the bid ask. I don't care that much about the volume on the bid ask, the level two. I don't care about that so much, but so the question is, what is the implied opening? Are you talking about on this particular one? Well, again, Mark, you probably know this changes, but right now it's 547. So the halt's at 517 for lottery LTRY. This is the potential of where it could open. For me, if I were in this stock, in a series of halts or say the first one, all I really want to see is that the price is above the halt price. I mean, because there's no guarantee it's going to open at 553 or 550 or 540, but usually at least it'll open above the halt price. If you see this column higher than the halt price, again, it doesn't mean it's going to open at 550, 551, and you can see it just changes. What scan are you talking about, AK? Which one are you talking about? Yeah, but I don't look at it. I don't look at it. I could probably shrink the box or something. I just don't even look at it. I just concentrate on this. AK, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay. This is Interactive Brokers and nothing to do with trade ideas. It's time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay. Nothing to do with trade ideas. A little bit of gut feel, Stuart. Question is, how do I know when to take profits? I notice you take it once there any move against your position. It really depends. I mean, let's just say for argument's sake, I get into a stock and I have a 10-cent stop and it moves 40 cents for me and then it starts moving back down. So that would be like a 4-to-1 reward to risk. Okay. And then it starts moving down. I'll probably take some profit. It gets to the 3-to-1. I'll probably take some profit because especially some of these ones that, you get into, which can move really rapidly. So I always, and what that allows me to do is by taking some profit, it allows me to hold on to the stock for a lot longer, the balance, and not worry so much about the gyrations that can happen. Even if it went right back down to my buy price, if I typically would never let that happen, but if it went down to my buy price, at least I've taken some off, so I'll make some profit. But taking some profit fairly quickly for me on a stock that is very volatile and gives me a big percentage move almost immediately, for me, it just makes sense. Yeah, there was news. The lottery, and it literally was at, well, I see it at 1 o'clock. And there was the news announces an $18 million commitment from Prosperity Investment Management. That was the news that hit 1 o'clock. Might have been earlier, but that's where I see it in my news headlines. And again, my news headlines from Interactive Brokers. Okay, Interactive Brokers. So there it is at 1 o'clock. Okay, it may have been earlier, but that's where I'm seeing it here, and it corresponds to that candle right there. That's the 1 o'clock, 1 to 1:15, 15-minute candle. Was it any earlier than 1, William? I'm just interested to see how good that was from Interactive Brokers. Yeah, and by the way, good for you guys. I know they're probably real, and maybe others are. They might still be short this KMX. Um, and that was a great short. We commented about it in the pre-market. Well, I was saying anyway that to me it looked like it was coming into a resistance area. Okay, the problem I had with it is that I just don't like taking trades in the first 15. So in this particular case, that hurt me. Had it done something, like this, a little bit of a downturn in that first 15 minutes, not as dramatic, going from 84 down to 79, I had it maybe gone down a couple of dollars and then started its move, I probably would have taken that short. But for me, it was just too early. And as I've said many times, I will miss out on things that, just kind of rip either on the upside or the downside in the first 15, but I just live with it. So here's your resumption, and this is not shortable. I kept looking to see if this was going to be short, but it or shortable at IB, but it is not. Okay, so that's virtually the same time as Interactive Brokers. I don't see the actual second after, but it says 1 o'clock right there, so that's good. Boy, guys, TGI, it's teasing me here, right around here. Got to check the volume. Okay, guys, I took it. Okay, I'm in the TGI. 1320 gets 1620 gets me out. Or certainly I won't let it get below 1620. I could get out earlier if I want, but and why 1620? Because that's my alert price. Okay, so we'll see if it has any sort of a run. Again, the reason I'm doing it now, you can't see that high anymore, but you have to look at the monthly chart again to see where that next daily high. I keep forgetting the bug we've got. I have to click on it from my multi-strategy window to see that red line. There we are. So there's the line, guys. I'm not saying it's getting there, but at least I know it's got some room to run if it wants to. That looks like around 1680, 16, maybe 1687. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. Okay, guys. Just waiting on the TGI to see if it has any sort of a run in it. 17 times normal option volume, almost 10 times volume. So we'll see. All I can do is wait and see if it has any sort of a run. Again, guys, Irene, IREN, it continues to just hover around that 750 mark. Oh, you guys are talking about Grom. Haven't seen that one for a long time. Social media stock, right? GROM. Yeah, 1.9 million in the float, so very low float, four times normal volume. Doesn't trade options. Yeah, I guess I mean 140 or so could, I suppose, get up to that level. 127 is the next high looking left. That will be your next challenge, I guess. 127. Well, guys, I haven't had yeah, my sound toggle is not off or struck through, so I haven't had a new alert for a while. Oh, Irene is back at 750. TGI is making a little bit of a move. If I weren't doing what I'm doing as far as moderating a room and I just had trade ideas, this would be probably the only scan I'd have. That's it. I would have my screen would be blank. I'd have one monitor. That's it. This is it. And just try to, even though you don't get too many alerts, you can try to figure out a way to trade around them. If you miss the first time, maybe it sets up later on. You could easily do it just on a laptop. One scan. That's it. So far, no difference either, Pepe. I probably would change it to the six though. No difference out today at all. Same alerts. Reducing the relative volume to six from eight. Same alerts. No change at all. Because it gave the one short yesterday, didn't it? The DXC. I think it gave DXC, and I think that was the only difference yesterday. Okay, guys, it's 2:05. So I think one last time. Okay, one last look at my homepage for today. Whoops. Just give me a moment. I double linked all in Muso. I'm going to go over that right now. Okay. All right. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top. Yes. So here is a promotion code you can use to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And all I ask is if you, at some point in the future, you decide to take out a subscription, please use my code. This will really help the room. It'll help to keep this room free. That's the goal. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, do they get started? It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. If you're brand new to trading or looking for a refresher, Trading 101, it's all free. We'll have 38 or 39 videos, a series of videos, and it's put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. It's not a third party. I do a stock of the day video right here. Trade of the week, you can sign up for it. It is free. It'll be sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Big education section here, including our user guide, etc. And here are my scans. So if you want my scans, you just click on my homepage link, scroll down. So it'll be up the top, scroll down. And then the scan you're looking for, who asked the question? Musa. The scan you're looking for is right here. They have normal option activity plus the 10-day daily break combo. Okay, that's what you're looking for. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm sizing a window. There we go. Or a screen. Well, as far as okay, I am certainly not an expert on the SMS. Okay, I know there's a series of. You've been to the page where it talks about it. I'm not an expert on that, but what is your question? I haven't been to the SMS page in years. I know that it's not the greatest because I think depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for a few alerts a day, it might be okay. But if you're looking for a bunch of alerts coming through at the, every 2 minutes, 3 minutes, I don't think that will. Okay, guys, I'm out of the TGI. Do you still need the SMS gateway? It looks like you only need the phone number, but not sure. I'm really not sure. Okay. So what I would do, Pepe may have an answer. He probably has an answer right off the bat, but you can always go to support and ask that question. Okay. I don't know. In fact, I'll send you to the homepage. You'll probably get an answer more quickly. Is that answer there, Pepe? And he's asking, do you still need an SMS gateway? If that's not answered there, then you just click on the homepage link, okay? And it says need help. Click on the need help and just ask the question. And hopefully somebody can answer you almost immediately, okay? All right, ready. Looking forward to using, ready to learn. All right. Well, Richard, are you a new to trading or just new to trade ideas? And welcome, by the way. Okay, so you have some trading experience. Okay, so first thing I would do, if you haven't done it already, if you haven't, if you're just popping into the room for the first time, uh, click on my homepage link. Click on my homepage link that you see here. And if you haven't done this already, now to get started, 10 short videos runs you through your first, you may not have to look at them all, if you've already got it downloaded and installed and you're already logged in. But I think it really will help if you go through these. Again, you may not have to do the first two, but I would take a look at the rest of them, especially introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows. Okay. So at least you have an idea about what Trade Ideas can do. And then I'm sharing a lot of scans. You can build your own scans if you want, of course. I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you click on new from our toolbar and then find docked channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. We have a lot of theme-based channels and there are all sorts of scans in here also. Okay. Yeah, just if you click on if you click on a scan, oops, you know what? Why don't I just click on my homepage? There we go. I'll go back. Okay, so if you click on a scan, so the abnormal option activity scan, okay, so yeah, you just click on where it says open scan, and then it'll appear in a tab. Sometimes it's a new tab, maybe it takes over an old tab, but it'll appear up here, and all you have to do is highlight it. I'll expand this just a little bit so you can see the entire string. So you just highlight it. All I'm doing is I'm dragging and highlighting, okay, and then Control C, that copies it. And then from there, go to the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud, because now it's in a cloud. Now I load from cloud. And you see that the same string ending in BA8EF is here, BA8EF. So if you've done it correctly, this box will be filled. I can't remember any time it's not, but on the odd cat, maybe if you paste it in, just Control V it in. But I can't remember the last time. If you've done it correctly, copied it, it should do it, and then you just load it, and then it just popped up on my other monitor, and here it is. Okay, and you can do that with any of the scans. And then the other thing to do is save it to your cloud. Save everything, the individual scans, layouts that you create, and it's very simple to save anything to the cloud. Where are you guys? I gotta find you now. There you are. Okay. Oh, that's okay. No, no, there's no distraction. Okay, this is the purpose of the room. Yes, it's a trading room, but I'm here to answer questions all day long. It's a support room also. Okay. So once you have it on your screen, okay, you've got it on your screen, you right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. Now it's in your cloud, okay? And the reason why that's important is that, I have a lot of scans that I created over many, many years, and I don't use them all at the same time, of course, but every now and then I'll go back and load a scan I created maybe, I don't know, a couple of years ago and say, I wonder how it's working now. Run it for a couple of days maybe, and if I like the way it looks, maybe I start using it again. Okay, there's one reason to save everything to the cloud. The other thing is that if you build your layout, so you might have, again, you're so new, you probably haven't created your own scan. If you don't have to create your own scan, but if you have my scans and you've got them on the screen and maybe you've created a few charts, then that might constitute your layout that you want to see every single day. And once you've got that done, then file, save or share to cloud, and click on entire layout. You could give it a name. You could call it Richard's first layout or whatever you want to call it, and then save it. Now the layout's in your cloud also. Okay. Now, when you exit Trade Ideas, if I file exit, it's going to say, do you want to, when you load again, do you want to see the same layout? And typically, I mean, I have the same layout running every single day. Okay. So I just say yes. And so tomorrow, when I load Trade Ideas, I'll see exactly the same layout. Now, and it's important to save things to the cloud because a few reasons. Just give me a moment. Few reasons. So you can have Trade Ideas, and I'm speaking to everybody, of course. Okay, anybody who might be who's listening and wondering if what you can do if you have Trade Ideas on multiple devices. So you can have Trade Ideas on multiple devices. I'm working on a desktop computer right now, but I've got a couple of laptops. I have a couple of tablets. I have Trade Ideas on every single one of the devices. And so if I went out though and bought a new laptop today, all I'd have to do is just download the program and then load my layout, whatever layout I want from the cloud, assuming I've saved it from to the cloud. Okay. So it just makes it super simple. But you can only have Trade Ideas up and running one device at a time. Broker Plus does not work with Thinkorswim. No, only Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. Now, Brokers Plus is a feature. It's an option. You know, you don't. It doesn't mean you can't. Obviously, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It's just a feature. It's an option. It's not. It's not necessary to use. When I say necessary, it's not mandatory to use. And the reason I say that is because some people come in at the tail end of a discussion like this, and they hear me saying that Brokers Plus only works with Interactive Brokers and E-Trade, and they think, oh, I don't have either of those two. Therefore, I guess I cannot use Trade Ideas. No, we're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Now, there is, Richard, we have something called an external linking tool. If you click on Tools, and then External Linking, and you follow these. Now, there is, in fact, I think I have it. I think I might have it here. Oh, I know what happened. We changed the tab. Real wanted me to change. You see, it says support questions now, okay, instead of Trade Ideas. So these are support questions, and I think I had, yeah, I had Chris. Chris had a video on how to link with Thinkorswim. I can probably get it to. So linking is this. It's a great time saver. Okay, if you're clicking on a lot of different alerts all day long, like I am, it would be a real hassle if I see frog and I have to and I click on it and I look at the chart and say, yeah, I wouldn't mind maybe trading it or something. And then I have to type it into my order entry. Well, you don't have to do that. Just give me a moment. Okay, so all I have to do is you just establish a link between Trade Ideas and your broker platform. And so when you click on an alert, it'll load into your, or it'll load into your order entry. Okay, so it's a great time saver. Nice call on Grom. Okay. So that's the beauty of the external linking tool. Okay. We link with many brokerage platforms. Sometimes it's trial and error because they don't care whether we link with them or not. Okay. So I don't use Brokerage Plus. I trade from within Interactive Brokers. When I click on an alert, it loads into my order entry and I trade from there. So hopefully that helps a little bit, Richard. And then of course you can build your own scans. I mean, you have the ability to build your own scans. You say you're not a new trader, so if you go to an alert window, so this is an example of a scan I built called call it Momo. And if I right click configure and I click on the summary, so this is telling me what the scan is looking for. No, you need a broker, Yamani. You need a broker, okay, to trade. We're not a broker. It's just that we link. We link with many brokerages so that, as I tried to explain, so that when you click on an alert, it'll load into your broker platform, so you don't have to type it in. That's all. But you need a broker to trade. We're not a. You can't. You need a broker to trade. Okay. So here, stocks between. So in this particular scan, this is the idea of this scan. These are the screeners, the filters. So if stock is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. 100,000 shares minimum. This gives it the volume. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay. So let me just, I'm going to have to can't get out of this because I want to bring this up to the top. Okay. And there's the Grom. So if I click summary, so at 222, that was the last time any stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. And that was Grom at 145. 222 was the time. Okay. So that's the idea behind this scan. So if you like the idea of the scan, but maybe you don't like the price range, or maybe something else you don't like, or if you are used to using different filters, you might add one, take one out, up to you. Or you can use it as it is. This is, of course, this is what I like to see. Doesn't have to be what anybody else wants to see. But that's the whole idea. And then if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. This time, instead of clicking on the summary, I'll click on search. So here are all the real-time alerts that we've got. And as I say every single day, don't anybody get hung up on how many we've got. Right at the very top, the two most popular, the new high of the day or the new low of the day. But we've got many, many, many real-time alerts. Don't think you have to learn them all. Okay. And when you come to these icons, these are the screening, the filter icons. You don't have to learn them all. I know hardly any of them. Okay. I use a handful of them and that's it for my style of trading. And then again, if you're new to trading, you can practice trading in our simulator. All you need to do that, you just need our standard service and you don't even need a broker because it uses our real-time data. So if you're still, kind of waiting on who your broker is going to be, you're still undecided, but you want to practice trading, you can use our simulator Again, it uses our real-time data. This is an example of a couple of simulator trades I took today. 1,000 shares short of Mullen. Could have held on a little bit longer. I'd be up another $2,100. And then this one, the PBTS, still in it, in the simulator. And this is a way if you want to practice swing trading. So if you take you want to practice swing trading, you can take trades. And if you don't exit the trade at the end of the day, it becomes something you can swing trade. Okay, so lots of you can make the program as overwhelming as you want, or you can simplify it. I tend to simplify things. I don't use a lot of different indicators or but if you're wondering about what we might have, again, if you right click on this alert on the alert window and click on configure, and this time you click on search, but now in the search terms, now you can type in. So if a person were wondering, well, what do they have for MACD? Type in MACD. Oops. So this is what we've got. Okay. We've got the 5, the 10, the 15, 30. Now, here's the deal. If you wanted the 20, you said, yeah, but I want the 20. Sorry, we don't have it. Okay. It's that simple. We just don't have it. Why we don't have it? Well, I guess when the company started, first of all, they tried to create enough different alerts, real-time alerts and filters so that for the majority of our customers, they could find what they're looking for, combine them if they wanted to create their own scan. But, I recognize sometimes somebody might say, well, I really want that 20. Well, we don't have it. It's that simple. RSI. What do we have for RSI? These are filters, okay? If you're looking for the 20 RSI, we don't have it. Okay, you can't manufacture it. We just don't have it. So that's a way in which you can, if you're wondering, well, I wonder if Trade Ideas has this. You can just go and type in the search terms and see what we have. Okay. All right, guys, 231. I'm sorry, so 231. So in about half an hour, I'll probably be taking off. William will keep the room open, the main room open until 4:15, he said. So even though I'll take off, the room will still be open. There'll be no screen sharing, nobody really on the mic, but Okay, XAir just showing up, I think for the first time too. XAir showing up for the first time. The next high looking left is 211 or so. That was yesterday's high. Yeah, I wish all these little areas were there. Imagine if it were a straight shot to 262 or so before you saw the next high looking left on the daily chart. I see the SPY is having a nice little comeback here from those the half an hour that it was down. Everything's still up for the day. Let's take a look at XLE. I want to see how XLE is with respect to the 200-day moving average. There are only really two, so it's sitting right on it still, sitting right on that 200-day. And then XLP Staples is the only one I think that is still down from the 200-day moving average. Yeah, there's that blue line. That's the 200-day. Funny, I took Hook off my thumbnail charts, but take a look at Hook. Is it over $1 again? No. Okay, Marius. Okay. We get it. We get it. I don't want new traders just to, go in with 10,000 shares or something because you're talking like that. I understand the enthusiasm. It's great. I'm glad you notified the room, but, tone it down just a little bit. Okay. Now look at ARBK. So there's another one coming right into a daily high. Wow. The next high in the monthly is 324. Big float though, 482 million in the float. Another crypto play out of England. Looks like England, yeah. Okay, guys. So are there any other questions? Good time to ask questions right now. I'm winding it down for myself. Can't ignore you, Marius. I'm moderating a trading room, and I just have to keep it real. Okay. Enthusiasm's okay, but can't start saying this is going to this price. Nobody knows. I mean, if it goes, great, but nobody have to understand. New traders looking at this to think, oh my gosh, this guy must know what he's talking about. So I'm going to pile into this one, and then it doesn't. Okay, just I don't mind the enthusiasm's fine. I'm glad you pointed it out to the room, but you can't start saying things, and I can't ignore you because I'm moderating a trading room. All right. If you really want to get into it, I didn't want to get into it, but a couple of days ago you were screaming and yelling about OPA when it was about. I know it worked at the very beginning, or whatever the heck that was. And it basically, after you were screaming and yelling about it at 117, and it's going to go up, up, up. And I noticed it went down below $1. And it's not OPA, obviously. I can't remember what it was. I want to, OSA, thank you. So that's all I'm saying. Because people could have been, new people could have been looking at that. Come on. Okay, looking at that, this I guess it was 2 days ago. And sure, it had a great move for you. I get it, but you were still yelling and screaming about it right around here. Okay. And then all of a sudden it drops down to 86 cents, So where are those people? So that's all I'm saying. Okay. So here's something just showing up. SPRB. I think SPRB, actually showed up at 201. Okay. 231 is the next high. So that's a little too close, in my opinion. Yeah, the spread is awful. Yeah, 196, 216. Yeah, 196, 216. Probably a low float. Hell, I don't even see the float information. I guess if I reloaded it, I probably see the float information. I don't know why that happens. Every now and then that happens in the single stock window. So I'll reload it. I'm sure it's going to be a low float. Yeah, not crazy low, but certainly low. Yeah, 12.9 million. Not crazy low. Don't see any news. I don't know if we have anything that'll do that, JC. Implied volatility. I don't think we have. I mean, I'll just type it in. You're right. We've got something that's called volatility, but if nothing is showing up, if nothing is showing up that says implied volatility, then no. Unless somebody has a better answer. I've never used volatility at all. I'll ask the other traders. I can ask the other traders right now. Oh, are you talking about options? Oh, to mimic. Okay, so that is more option related. See, I don't trade options at all, as you know. Is that is that the one where somebody used to tell us, especially when we were in earning season, and they would say something like, "Okay, this stock could go up 5 or down $5 based on something like that." And was that something to do with implied volatility? When people were talking, there was somebody in the room, I can't remember who it was, they used to talk about, okay, this is the range. I'll call it the range of what people are projecting that could happen when this stock releases earnings after hours. I don't know. Is that the expected move? Is that the same thing, implied volatility? I don't know. Somebody used to say that, Apple coming out with their earnings after hours, and so before the market closed, they would say, "Well, I thought they used the term implied volatility, but maybe not." So I think we don't, JC. I'm almost sure we do not have. We have standard deviation. You're right, but if you're looking for something officially called implied volatility, I don't think. No, we don't. But can we mimic it? No. I mean, if you want to use, I mean, all I use this option activity, as you know, is just I'm looking for stocks that are trading abnormally with respect to their option volume. But I guess that will probably have nothing to do with implied volatility. Whoops. Just a minute. What happened here? Just give me a moment, guys. Paste your comment in, and I've got the entire days of comments in the trading room that I actually copied somehow. Okay. You guys are talking about that AA. Whoa. Okay. MGTX. Now this is late, guys. We don't often get anything this late in that scan. Let's take a look at MGTX. Okay, we don't often get things this late, and the first thing I see is that red line. That means that's the next high looking left on the daily chart. You can't see it on the daily chart. I know I explain that all the time, but you can't see that. If I zoomed out, you could see where that is. It's probably looks like this month, back in September. Let me get the weekly chart up. Yeah, actually, yeah, August, that will be the next high on the daily chart. Happened that week, the week of October 28th, August 28th. Now, if you take that out, look left. I mean, look at this, 730 is the next high. Looking left for this MGTX. Okay, guys, IREN. It looks like it's trying to make a late day little run here. There, I mean, look at the, so on the monthly chart, 806 is the next high on the monthly chart. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I had to find the right way to find that next high looking left. So the next high looking left for IREN is 777. So it's right, it's getting close. There you go, JC. That's exactly what I'm finding. Exactly the same thing I'm finding. Concentrate on those all day long. I mean, sometimes, they sometimes the alert can be a little early. You don't have to take it right away, but if I use it like a watch list all day long, I find that that is, for me personally, that is the way to go. It's not for those who want action all day long, because I mean, you're not going to get too many alerts, but what are you looking for? Action or making money? And I mean, the volume in you're right. I mean, the question in Great Scott in our YouTube room, I mean, it's not like it's really popping on volume. It may not matter, but again, there is the next high, 778 or so. But yeah, there's been no big increase in volume. I mean, the volume is good. I mean, it's 114,000 shares, but there's no like huge increase in volume that you can see. And in fact, now you see the relative volume has sunk down below 8. Not that that's bad, but if this were you, this would not trigger in that scan now. So that actually might be something to look at. That might be something to look at though. So later on in the day when these are setting up perhaps, but is the relative volume still at that at least 6 level? Well, let's take a look at TGI as an example. TGI, so it is still, relative volume is still good. Okay, 8.9, that is still good. So, I mean, this, even though the volume has dwindled, I mean, I'd love to see a volume pop take this through the 1630, maybe have a run on it. Just may not happen. Meanwhile, bad spread or not, SPRB is ripping here. And the spread you can see is tightened somewhat. 230. Well, it was 230 to 234. So not great, but you can see how volatile it is spread wise. Again, if you're new, spread is just the difference between the bid and the ask. So there, the bid is 216, the ask, well, and you see how rapidly it's trading. Okay, guys, 2:53. So again, I'll be shutting down myself in about 7 minutes or so, unless there are questions after 3 o'clock. William, we'll keep the room open until 4:15, you said. So for those of you who are still in YouTube, if you do want to head over to the trading room, when I shut down your room, the YouTube room, you can, this is the link to get in, okay? Well, I'm not in it, guys, but the IREN is starting to move. But I'm not in it, okay? But it is starting to move, and it may challenge that 780. Again, the volume is picking up just a little bit. You can see, this is still got 5 minutes to close, or at least that volume is greater than the previous three volume bars. So it is picking up a little bit. Best way, okay. Well, if you're a beginning trader, though, Andrew, you have to have some trading knowledge. Okay, you have to be able to read a chart. So Trade Ideas is not going to help you do that. Trade Ideas will generate ideas for you, like that's what's happening all day long with ideas. But if you click on an idea and then you see a chart and you don't know what you're looking at, you don't know how to interpret it, then Trade Ideas is not going to help there. However, so what I would do is this. Because you say you are a beginner trader. There are really no shortcuts. But this is what I would take a look at. If you click on my homepage, okay, well, if you understand, well, then it's a matter. Do you have a trading plan of any sort? Like what do you like to trade? Like what sort of setups do you like? If you've been trading for 6 months, what sort of setups do you like? Do you consider yourself a momentum trader? Opening range break? Okay. Well, if that's what you want to concentrate on, that's fine. And I'm assuming that if you're with the Bear Bulls, they probably showed you the opening range break alerts that we have, or did they? Okay, so it sounds like you know how to create an alert window, though. So if you right click and to create your alert window, you're going to have your price range that you like, probably a minimum volume, things like that. Okay, so now here's your alert. So I'll do it again. So if I can imagine you've got some kind of an alert window open, I right click and then configure. and then I'm going to click on search. I'm going to type in opening. Okay, here they are. So we've got the 1 minute, 2 minute up and down. So we have the 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, and 60. So these are alerts, real-time alerts. So when a stock breaks one of these ranges, either up or down, whichever your preference is, you'll get an alert. If that's what you want, we have it. So after that, of course, it's a matter of putting in your price range that you like. I would probably put at least a minimum volume, whatever that's going to be. A relative volume. So I can't see. I'm not an opening range. I'm not an opening range trader. I tried. I thought that was going to be the one many, many, many years ago when I became a subscriber to Trade Ideas, because everybody kept talking about, oh, you got to play the opening range break. So I tried, and I could never find an advantage. Okay, never. I'd be getting so many alerts, and sure, would there be some that worked? Sure, but you might get 10 that don't. And even though I use our back testing tool, I try to narrow it down. I personally could not figure out a way so that opening range breaks were what I wanted to concentrate on. That doesn't mean there's not a way. Maybe somebody out there has got a scan that seems to work well. But I just showed you the alerts that you can try with whatever other filters you want. We even had a part of our AI. We had we constructed something that was opening range break, and we would optimize it. Well, we would go through all. I think there were about 50 strategies in those days, and we'd run through the optimization procedure every night. And every now and then, the opening range break would make the cut. Making the cut meant it had the proper win percentage and profit factor, etc. So it would be added to the mix for the following day, and I'd get an alert and go, great, and then it just didn't seem to work. Okay, so even though it sort of made the cut, not sort of, they made the cut. I couldn't see any big edge, and since then, I haven't seen that opening range break strategy has made the cut in seemingly years. So, but I don't want to dissuade you. If you can figure out a way with the right proper filters. Okay, guys, it is now 3 o'clock. So if there are no more questions, I'll stick around. I have no problem. Oh, excellent. Okay, well, if you're 2 months into real, like trading for real, not trading for real in a room, but trading for real, and you're in the green, excellent. And you can come, well, you're a subscriber, obviously, so you can come back into the room. Lots of different, not just myself, but we have lots of different trading styles in this room. Somebody might, point out a particular stock and say, I'm watching this, and you might look at it and go, yeah, I like that idea. Okay, guys, I think that's it for me. Put in my 6 hours, and I'll wrap this up for myself. Again, the room will be open until 4:15. So I'm going to stop my screen sharing. Thank you for all the help. Do I trade? Oh, I trade, but I don't, absolutely. I trade. You're not going to see my trades in the room if that's what you're talking about. No, no. But, for instance, I said, okay, I want the TGI. Well, people, I took it at 1630, I think at 1627 or 28. Got stopped out at 1620. Um, earlier on. Sorry, but so the bottom line is, yes, I talk about the trades I take, but I'm not trading. I don't know what they do in that other room that you're talking about. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at LTR or TGI. Do I want to get back in it? I just don't see the volume increase still. I just don't see it. It might have a late day run, but I'd like to see a volume increase if I'm going to get back in it, though. Yeah, well, the room's open like this, 9 to 3, Andrew. Okay, 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock Eastern time, Monday to Friday. So pop in anytime you want. Okay, guys, that's it for me. I'm done. I'll see you guys tomorrow. So I'm going to stop the screen sharing right now. Okay, and I'll put myself on mute. And for you guys in YouTube, I put in the link if you want to head into the room. So I'll keep you guys open for maybe another minute or not. Okay, okay. Bye, YouTubers. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Also.